Hi, Misha here, and two things. First, this is not a black box video. Well, not the majority of it, sometimes. And second, this is a clip show, and by clip show I just mean kind of a supercut of the cabin project videos. Figured why not, I already have the files. Might as well slap them together. I am going to give J-Ro the raw footage and let him actually edit it and make it into something nice later on, but you know, this is here, this is now. There are 10 official cabin project update videos. The last two are essentially part 1 and part 2 I did last time, and there are a couple of other videos that I threw in that are kind of going along with the theme, including the first night I stayed in the cabin the day before the eclipse in April of 2024. But to begin with, here are a couple of short clips I recorded the first day we went out there after getting the land. And at that time we were really thinking more about just making it into a shooting range, something like that. But then, as I've said many times already, it grew into the cabin we have today. Sunset in the mountains. Well, losing daylight, so pretty good start to a first time out here. Of course, nothing really set up yet, but good first attempt, and we even got to meet the neighbor next door, so we'll report back from here next time. Well, we're on the way to check out the basis of the cabin. We were actually out a few weeks back to look at the foundations being dug, but there wasn't a lot to see then. Let's see what work's been done so far today. Well, we're here, so we'll go out to see what they've got done.
At least it's not hot out. Yeah, and at least you guys didn't get too many,
They should have called and got the temp. That should have been done this morning.
He paid the bills, so no more electric.
Okay.
Yeah, it is perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, we got your staircase here, man.
Woo!
Yeah.
I mean, first being perfect, it's perfect.
Yep. Well, first steps.
Okay, so we got a stack of plywood right here. With
I don't know. Seems flimsy.
Oh yeah, whatever. Shut up.
Shakes. Yeah, I want a place on a crawl space that absolutely has no shake to it whatsoever. You and your slide.
8 foot, 6 foot, 10, 8.
He wants it like the place at Silver City with like the fun house.
Well, Michael's been in it. It slopes. It's laying. I was trying to recreate this.
You know, to be fair, if you just left your if you had just left your cabin that way with the floor the way it was, it would have been sloping real good.
I wanted to do something different. It ain't mine, so I thought we'd do something different.
You know, if you got a lady friend over, the whole place on shape.
Yeah, down at the end.
Store your bug out bag under there.
Okay, he didn't get it all done, so he's not getting his daily bonus.
Oh, I forgot about the daily bonus, man.
The daily bonus, yeah.
I'm gonna get this done
One
today.
piece.
This will be done by the time I leave. I promise.
Talk about getting here
You
just
got here
right.
15 minutes early. I allotted an extra 15 minutes to nail that piece and that piece. And then for once in your life, you got here early. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna start doing walk-arounds and kind of point out where windows and walls go. Skylight. Yeah, that'd work great with trees. Just come in one day and there's just a limb just in the middle of or a whole tree.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys hacked that up or somebody finally came out.
No, we did it.
I don't know what the camera just did. Oh well, anyway, measuring range as they finish up their last board. They really want that daily bonus.
Now, I mean, one thing to consider. Were you more interested in building a little pavilion or in shooting off the deck?
Really want to build a freestanding structure, but I want the deck as a backup either when it's too hot, too cold, rainy, you know, crummy. The deck's more of the secondary, or just test firing. Like if we need to, hey, we're going to work on a gun, run around through it, see if it works, come back in. But if we're going to be out there like shooting, I'd rather have a more dedicated pavilion. Nothing fancy, just a little framed area. Couple of shooting.
Ideally, where does that go?
We'll figure it out.
Right here, you think? Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Probably maybe wait till spring.
Between the trees,
centered up between these four.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. Before, whenever he was telling me that.
Yeah, nothing fancy, just kind of a frame with maybe a tin roof on it, and call it good.
Well, I mean, the reason I was asking is you guys had discussed sort of where you wanted wraparound porch to go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's already, we've already got that.
Right here, all the way here.
So this is where the wraparound's going to begin, right here?
Yeah, halfway. That's the middle. And then around like this. Now, did you decide if you wanted to do a roof over the whole east side?
All right, yeah, why don't we go ahead and start the walk around and kind of go through some thoughts and go from there. Alrighty, I think we got it all walked out here. It's trying to decide if it is or is not raining. It really can't make up its mind. I thought it was about to, and then it stopped. No skylights.
It would freaking start
Yeah,
raining.
just started raining. At least it waited till we got done.
Well, I wanted them to get down with mine up there before it started raining.
Well, they can work in the rain. Singing in the rain. Of course, the way it's been today, it could stop in 5 minutes.
I know it.
Well, I brought a couple of pistols out to shoot if we had time. You know, Justin wanted to try out, so figured while we were here, wasn't counting on it, but I thought if we had time. My hair is wet.
Yeah.
Ah, well, at least it's not cold.
That's true.
Actually, it's
In the
a lot warmer than it was last time we were out here. Yeah, I was going to record with how the work they had done out here last time, but really it was just a couple of, 4 or 5 holes in the ground at that point.
Yeah.
They were just about to concrete it. Not bad for, what, 2 weeks?
I don't suppose you got a 4-way tire wrench in your truck that I can borrow.
I do in my Yukon. Actually.
And 5 minutes later, the rain has already stopped again. Make up your mind, weather. Make up your mind. Hey, could have just made the storage building a cabin. Might be a little bit chilly. Seems solid enough, though. Mission partially accomplished. We got to do the walkthrough, but no time for shooting today. Weather is Plus, we need to get back into town. But talk more about it. Get back to the porch swing. All right, made it back. I kind of like winter as a season, but it gets dark so early, so it kind of truncates daylight. And we'd really hoped to get a little shooting done, but the rain was spitting, and then we realized that one of J-Ro's tires was balding faster than expected, and being out on the mountain roads, we decided instead of shooting for an hour and then maybe having dinner with my brother, we would just get back here in time before daylight was totally gone, plus get him to the tire shop. So he just dropped me off in a hurry and went to the tire shop and successfully made it there and is getting his tires replaced. So we drove home and fully anticipating having a blowout, but maybe Christmas luck smiled upon us, and we didn't. So I guess all is well that ends well, even if we had to cut short our plans for today. At least the main reason for heading down to kind of do a virtual walkthrough on the boards with the contractor was successful. We laid out where exactly the walls were going to go, which is pretty already well kind of determined, and kind of where things in the kitchen, refrigerator, sink, stove would go, and windows. That was kind of an important thing. Doors. And we got all that done, And so, yeah, the next step is he's gonna start doing the walls and start getting the bits for the roof done. Of course, Christmas, gonna put a little bit of a delay. In fact, tomorrow is supposed to be rain here, so that'll probably be all he'll do until after Christmas. But he says he'll be back out there on December 26th. I told him if he needed to take a few days off for the holiday, that's fine, but I think he'd just as soon get it done. Our goal, such as it is to be in the dry by the end of January. So the 4 walls up, some interior stuff, and then of course a roof on. And that's because around here February tends to be the worst month. So if we can get it in the dry by February, then he can work with some space heaters inside doing whatever. And so, yeah, it seems like making some pretty good progress. Like I said, we were out there a couple of weeks ago, and he just had the footings dug and was kind of in the middle of pouring concrete for the foundation and for the posts. I wanted to do it on a crawl space versus a slab, because even though that ground out there is relatively flat, even if you look at one edge versus the other, there's a good 1.5 foot difference. And I didn't want to have a slab elevated. Plus, you know, it gives room for duct work and plumbing access going underneath. I don't know, call it intuition. I just, building on a slab versus building on a crawl space, there's pros and cons. Plus, I just kind of liked the idea of having a place a little bit off the ground, you know. So it is a little bit of, you know, walking upstairs to it. And J-Ro used cider to see, and we figured out that we can easily shoot at 50 to 60 yards and shooting more uphill up to 100 yards. So that's good to know. We need to kind of revisit that in the spring when everything's leafing out. We might have to take down just a couple of small trees, but that's all right. I'm just trying to keep any big tree from getting knocked down, but that's something we can kick that can down the road. But for now, we've worked out where everything's going to go in the structure. We've worked out where the deck's going to start and stop. I'm, like anything else, having to do this a bit on a budget. Originally, we were going to do roughly like a 30 by 30 foot structure plus a porch, a roughly 8 foot wide porch. We scaled that back to 30 by 24 plus an 8 foot porch on one full side running 30, and then kind of running half of another side, so, you know, left roughly 12. And the reason I'm doing it this way, money, but we're also doing it where the south side can easily have another room added on in the future. Yes, it'd save a little money to do everything at once, I know, but yeah, we're talking costs. And so the plan is for now to finish it up, porch and cabin with two bedrooms and kind of a living room / dining room combined area, and then a small kitchen. And then in a year or two, maybe 3, add on a bit of a reading room, kind of a den room that you step down into, that's more of like a sunroom on the south side, and that'll take it over 1,000. Right now we're at about 750 square feet internal, which for our little cabin is fine, but then we'll have a nice big porch covered, and then after we add on the room on the south side, it'll be around 11, maybe 1,200 square feet. So small house size, you know, your average house is around 1,500-1,600, but this is a cabin, and really cabins are just to kind of shave and shit and shower in and sleep and then cook. But even then, the whole point of being out there is kind of being in the outdoors, including shooting. And we are making it where you can shoot off the northern deck as a kind of backup, but the idea is to really shoot out. We're going to build a freestanding structure, nothing fancy, in the yard to shoot directly up the mountain. And of course our backstop will be literally the mountain itself. And don't worry, the mountain is not public property. It's actually still all owned by us, so no one should be on that mountain, and certainly no one should be out there like LARPing around steel targets, which we do plan to set up at, you know, a few different distances, 20, 25 yards, 50 yards, 100 yards. You know, pretty much leave it all permanent. And I showed you there that little Conex storage container. I think I'm going to keep that. It's on rent right now, but it's kind of you can buy it if you want. And I think that'd make a good storage building, because for what they cost, you couldn't really build a wooden structure. So that'll be a good barn area. So the next step is need to dig a well and make a little well house. Go from there. But I feel like after over 2 years of waiting on people, at least we literally have a start. If nothing else, it's a good dance platform. You could definitely have some hoedowns, and when people got too drunk, they just kind of naturally fall off the sides, right? But yeah, I just wanted to take you out there while we were looking it over. I'll update as construction continues throughout 2024. Alright, so this I guess will be cabin project 2. We're going to see what work has been done over the past nearly a month, considering it was holiday season. Keep that in mind, if not quite as much, otherwise we'll be done. But also trying to race against some inclement weather coming in next month. So we get to. Alrighty.
Stick build the rafters and get metal on the roof, and then we can start enclosing the sides and get it in the dry. So yeah, everything's looking good.
Alrighty. Hey, at least the weather's a little nicer this time. It's a little cooler, but it's not threatening rain.
No. Right.
Well, it's supposed to be it's supposed to be overnight, but that's in Northwest Arkansas too, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
No, I think it's down here too. I just been, right here, right now. Tomorrow is a tamaler. There we go. Tamaler thing.
I like tamales. What?
I do too. Tamales are good.
I am actually quite getting hungry.
A tamale is just a southern tamale.
We got a fire pit. We can get some marshmallows.
Fire pit's going good. We got about 8-foot stack of wood over there in between the trees. We cut up a bunch more of this deadfall laying around and got it all cleaned up. We probably spent about 3 or 4 hours doing that yesterday.
Yeah, it's on this.
We're gonna have to have wood all winter out here, burning stuff. And
well, there's certainly some to be found.
you want to come up and walk these bedrooms and this bathroom and stuff?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you like building overall in the winter or the summer better?
I hate summertime in Arkansas.
There you go.
I'd rather be inside, air conditioning, remodeling houses or whatever. I prefer to build in the winter, fall and winter, for sure. Yeah.
Walked through and ironed out a few more details, but this time of year the sun sets, especially out here in the mountains, so didn't have time to walk you through it. They're already painting the floor just so it's a little bit weatherproofed, because we're supposed to get some bad weather tomorrow. But we'll do a little black box talk and share things, but it's coming along. Hopefully the next time you see it, it'll be in the dry or close on to it. It's colder today, like we said, but at least it's not at all raining yet. It's supposed to move in tonight.
Good thing, because check this out. So
yeah, this part is going to be shorter than the first. Part of it was it's only been a couple of weeks, and that was over the holidays, so I'm actually a little impressed that they did any work at all, considering that and the weather. And as we mentioned there, it was going to turn bad the next day, and they needed to paint the floor. I wanted to kind of walk around with you and show you where things were going to go exactly, but the time we walked off and everything here, he had already started painting it. When he said that, I thought he meant he was going to do that next, but literally he was just putting a layer over the wood to kind of moisture barrier it, because the next day we did get a couple inches of snow. Didn't stay very long, but it's been wet all weekend into the next week, so yeah. But all in all, coming along well. We didn't want to go too far because he wanted to check a few things with me. For example, exactly where I wanted windows, doors, that kind of thing. The only thing I wanted to change was the living room window just a little bit. I was actually very happy with where he kind of placed the bedroom doors and stuff. That worked out well. Bathroom's a bathroom. Probably the one area we had to talk about the most was the kitchen layout and also the utility closet. Made a few little changes there. Also, we kind of changed the staircases up the deck. I moved the front one For some reason, it seems like everyone wants to center the front walkway up on the deck. I wanted to put it on the very corner on the side. You'll see it probably next time, but I thought that would give better parking and also just be more space efficient. Maybe not as aesthetically appealing, but more space efficient. He suggested moving the other stairs up the deck to kind of be more flush with the side of the house on the north side, which I agreed to because that actually made a lot of sense given how things are kind of working out. But yeah, he thinks next time he'll have the deck built because he wants to have that extra space to work with when he's doing the roof. He's got the metal for the roof ordered. So I don't know if it'll be in the dry fully next when we do part 3. I mean, if the weather cooperates, sure. But if it's continuing like today, cold and rainy, maybe not. But maybe we just have a roof on it. But yeah, he also made me a little attic space, you know, kind of a little attic storage space. That should be useful. And why not? So it's coming along. We did get an address request submitted. Had a little bit of a miscommunication there with someone helping me out with the address thing, but we got that all worked out, and need to do that so we can get a temporary electric pole set up, and then that'll lead to a septic tank and all that good stuff. And we kind of have a target date now. J-Ro's father, in a roundabout way, essentially asked if we could go out there for the eclipse, which is going to be on April 24th. And just so happens the cabin region in the Ozarks here is just right at the edge of total eclipse. And I was talking with Fox, and because he works as a first responder firefighter, they're expecting at least 25,000 people in my hometown. For comparison, the population of that town is under 4,000. So yeah, but we're hoping we'll be able to stay in it by the end of April for the eclipse day. And the contractor there said if it's not 100% done, 85%. And of course, part of it will be on me too if I get furniture bought in there on time. But that's kind of a thing for spring. And we're going to wait, I think I mentioned this in the previous video, but we're going to wait and kind of set up the shooting range itself in the spring so we have an idea of how the foliage comes in, what limbs may not need trimming, what might need trimming, you know, trees to work around, because I don't want to damage trees if I don't have to. But on the other hand, I don't need trees near where bullets are going to fly because they'll get hit and that won't be good for them either. So we'll try to work around them as best as possible. I will say that a few people have said that the cabin, even though it's not starting off all that big, 750, 800 square feet, because I'm trying to lay it out efficiently using space as best I can, a lot of people have commented that it's feeling bigger than they envisioned. Another thing I did for the bedrooms, instead of having built-in closets, I'm not doing closets in the bedroom. I'm gonna build wardrobes. And my point is we can move those around. Sorry about that, knock at the door. Decided to order, well, from pizza place, but not pizzas today. I actually got a couple of sandwiches and some buffalo wings and some cinnamon things. And I had the mic on and the guy said, "Are you doing a YouTube video?" The towns we live in. Anyway, it's just a cold little rainy day here, like I said, so this felt like ordering something as opposed to cooking or snacking. Since I've been gone and just got back a few days, well, I got back a day ago from down there. Don't really have much food, but yeah, so yeah, people have been kind of complimenting the layout, and I think having wardrobes will be nice because we can move them around if we want to rearrange the rooms later. I also want to build little kind of L-shaped desks under the windows for the bedrooms. And one thing that the contractor said there was a lot of people build windows way too low. They install them way too low. He liked putting them, hard to say, maybe 3 foot off. And he likes that style better. I get it, it gives you room for furniture and what have yous. But yeah, coming along. You know, after essentially 2 years of nothing happening, I'm a little in disbelief that it is finally happening, and happening quite quickly. I think going relatively small in the beginning is helping too. Materials are easier to get, and you can just knock it out quicker. But I do still plan to do add-ons. In fact, the builder said that you know, in the future, long term, it's strong enough it could even support a second floor. You know, like maybe like a second bedroom and bathroom upstairs. Well, third, because there's 2 bedrooms. And that's basically what we're doing. The bedrooms are roughly, I think, 10 by 12 feet. And then you've got a pretty small bathroom, you know, 5 by 6 or so. 5 by 8 maybe is what he said. A small hallway. Yeah, relatively decent kitchen, all things considered. And then just kind of a living room area. So essentially kitchen and living room mostly together, divided by a bar and some cabinets. Utility room off of kind of in between them too, making them feel somewhat separated. And then a small hallway with the bedrooms on each side, and then bathroom at the end, and then an attic access for storage in that same nook. And then hopefully we can add on another room in a year or two, and then maybe long term even add on a second floor. Who knows? It's nice to have potential options. And I went ahead and bought the Conex container out there. What was that thing? About 10 foot by 30, I think. And it seemed like a good deal. What I'm kind of thinking about doing, in addition to storing stuff for the cabin, maybe targets and things out there, I might even store some business supplies out there, you know, say boxes from Uline bubble wrap. Because usually when I like to order, I like to get several at a time. It's cheaper and more efficient, but then I don't have a lot of storage space here at the place for those. So, you know, keep a couple of bundles here and then keep 7 or 8 extra bundles out there, because I plan on being out there at least once a month, maybe once every couple of weeks. And so when I'm running out here, you know, just kind of utilize the storage. A lot more efficient and saves money versus renting a storage unit. We'll see. Just trying to think of ways to utilize it and, you know, multi-purpose and make it worthwhile. Oh, rainy old day. Yeah, so hopefully we'll start doing videos from there by mid-spring. And something I was thinking about doing for Patreons or maybe YouTube live stream supporters of Mishaco is seeing if anyone wants to sponsor targets. You know, I forget, you know, let's just say it costs $200 total, the frame, the chains, and the steel. I'm just kind of pulling a number out, but you know, whatever for a target. People can donate money towards that and say like $20, okay, you get to be one of 10 people. Or if someone donates $200, that can be like their target, and we can put their name on it, you know. I don't know, kind of name the target either after them or whatever they want the target named as. Maybe even let them pick the shape of the target, you know, cowboy hat or regular bullseye or whatever. It was just a thought I had that people might enjoy and help us out, you know, help defer some of the costs and also kind of promote participation. Let me know what you think here. I might toss that idea around more and announce it on Patreon. But no, it was a good trip down. We just don't have much time this time of year because it gets dark so early, and of course they have to wrap up. But if spring comes on, we'll be able to do more shooting out there and whatnot. But my time down was pretty scrunched. I had a lot I needed to do. But the good news is, even though I was only down for 2.5 days, I got a lot done, more than I really anticipated. So yeah, all's well that ends well, right? So yeah, that's the cabin project as of the first week of January 2024. He broke ground on that mid-November, just a little bit before Thanksgiving, so he's been working under 2 months. I think he's made some pretty good progress. What do you think? And again, sorry there wasn't much footage out there, just ran out of time. but next time we'll get more, I promise. With that, this is Misha, and I'll update you on how the cabin is progressing next time. Hi, Misha here, and we're stopping for gas, and then we're going to head down to the cabin building site. This will be the 3rd episode. It's been a little while since we went down. We were down right around the holidays, and of course then we got hit with some pretty bad cold weather, ice and snow in January, and we lost 11 days of actual work, and then lost a couple more days here in February. So about 2 weeks of work lost. Of course you kind of budget for that, but still it's always annoying when it happens. But hopefully as we round out February and March moves in, we will be able to catch up on lost time. But yeah, we'll check it out, see how progression has gone. So let's see what's been done. Borrowed metal stairs. I really need a 3rd hand, and I could tattoo it. Yeah, they got the... Todd's suggestion was just use a tarp. Todd is not full of great suggestions.
I mean, the tarp would work for a little while. They've got the frame. They've got the frame up enough that you could stretch a tarp over it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you could. But yeah, this is the living room. Didn't really get to do a walkthrough last time because remember we were racing the weather.
Before they had a brace up against this wall that was kind of stretching out towards the middle of the floor. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's gone now, and this is all open.
Yeah, and I had him change the window a little bit here. So I had him change the window a little bit.
Yeah, I can tell they changed the window as a bunch of sawdust.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like a good idea to have one like continuous window with just the small little divide here for the panes versus splitting them up more. So that could just be better.
But yeah, the floor plan is now totally open since they don't have those braces up on the sides.
Well, it's nice that the windows are up a little higher so you used to have room for a table or a couch here.
Something that can go under.
Something, yeah, without it kind of butting. Also, you can walk around without pants on and no one can see it through the windows.
Depends on how tall you are. I'd say if you were 6
Not very.
If you were 6'4", you'd be hanging brain.
So yeah, no real divider yet as we walk over to the kitchen area, but there will be a bar there.
But yeah, he totally notched these windowsills out nicely, and he's very thorough.
Our fridge should go here. Side door, or back door, or whatever. I guess side door, really.
Side door.
Side door-ish. Yeah, there'll be a porch here soon. I think he said he's going to start on the porch next week. It'll be a wraparound on 2 sides. This will be, generally speaking, the shooting area-esque out that way.
He's got the washer and dryer closet on. Yeah, that's the wall that's going to be like coat hangers and shit.
Yeah, I think it'll be good. That way, when you open the door, it doesn't like directly blast into the living room. You have like a little bit of a divider to go around, and yeah, this will be the utility.
Yeah, he's got it framed out for the washer and dryer.
Yeah.
It's considerably bigger than I think we had originally envisioned when we were just
well,
looking at it.
Well, and when you frame it, it'll shrink a bit. But yeah, we talked about it because it'll need the hot water tank and the washer dryer and a little extra room for mops, buckets, that kind of thing. And wrapped around here.
And he's got that attic access above right here.
Yeah. Put a little storage up here. So this just kind of comes off straight into the hallway, the same edge of the utility closet, I guess. Which makes sense. Into one of the bedrooms. try to keep kind of standardized windows so they're all using the same basics. Just seemed easier for blinds and glass and everything.
Did you say easier for blinds?
Yes. Yes, I did. Hey, we can just shoot out this window right here.
I think you can.
Yeah, just prop it up.
If you shoot out the other window, your neighbor's gonna be real upset. Because this faces directly towards your house.
It'll keep life interesting.
But yeah, the plywood that they were using to stand on when they were putting the trusses up is all kind of going to stay in place, it looks like, for the most part, so that you've got floor space in your attic to put things on.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Put a little extra. I mean, you gotta have it, so might as well use it for something. The bedroom. These will be exactly the same size. Yeah, I thought having a window here would be good. I think it will. This room should catch some pretty good sun, depending on time of the year and day. I will be happy when the foliage comes in and there's more of a separation with the road. But I still might want to plant some shrubberies. I don't know. Todd assured me that when it grows in for the spring, it actually fills in nicely, but we'll see.
But yeah, man, the bones are all here.
A little bit of flesh, too. In the bathroom.
And the bathroom's not going to be quite as tight as I was concerned it might be when we were first looking at it.
No, I mean, it's sufficient for putting a shower on this wall. And then toilet and sink. I mean, it's a bathroom. It'll do bathroom things. I'd rather, if we have limited space, I don't really want to spend a whole lot on the bathroom. But no, it'll be fine. I mean,
It is a very blue sky, pretty day.
we could always go with a clear tarp instead of a roof.
Sure, as long as you want to put a new roof on every 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, well, it's just part of it. It's just maintenance, right? No, that's why I was saying we should come out today. And if we're both tired, the weather was supposed to be nice, and it's been so cold, and it's warmed up quite a bit. And
Yeah, it's pretty nice out today by comparison.
I would have felt bad staying in. And yeah, this front yard should get some nice light coming in, you know, from the east-ish during the morning time. But I think the living room will be plenty big.
Yeah.
I mean, not going to be living here full time, so.
No, I mean, it's got plenty of space, and, you know, the open plan into the kitchen area.
Well, like he said later, he's building it where if we ever wanted to add a second floor, even like a loft, we could. You know, it would require some work. And really the plan is down the road in a few years to add on kind of a sunroom, just cut a hole here for a doorway, and then just add on another room out that way with lots of windows. But that'll come in a few years. But no, I think for the relatively small square footage, but it goes to show you formatting and layout counts for a lot.
Oh, for sure.
Trying to use your space.
Yeah, I mean, the bedrooms are honestly probably bigger than you really need, but it doesn't take away from all the living room space you need.
Well, keep in mind they don't have closets, so part of them will be,
Well, that's true.
we're going to put an armoire or a wardrobe in each one, so But it was just going to make it easier to box them in this way. And I think,
I get it. Yeah.
yeah. Well, and some people might think having a hallway at all is a waste of space, but I think even just a small hallway gives that degree of separation. This way, you can come out of either bedroom and beeline to the bathroom and not have to really worry about putting on clothes or whatever. You can just kind of dart. I mean, you could even, if you had to, put a doorway or a curtain here if you just, for some reason, had to. So that's kind of separated out a bit. I'm not going to, but...
Well, and having this little hallway space, too, allows you to have that attic access to the ceiling. And
well, we can hang things there. We can put photos or whatever.
Sure.
So I thought it was worth it. Not going to do carpet or anything anywhere. I'm trying to trim it out inside with as much wood as can.
Well, and I mean, since we're out here in the woods, you wouldn't really want carpet anyway. People would be tracking shit onto it all the time. And
be horrendous. It's just so much easier to clean. And you can always do rugs. You can get a big aerial rug if you want to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what I do at my places. I prefer hardwood floors and area rugs.
Yeah, because when you vacuum the rug every week, and then after a few years when it gets dingy or stained, just toss it up.
And not have to bring a crew out to do that.
Yeah, steaming a carpet. Because even with shampooing and steaming, there's just a point when carpet just gets done. And I went with doing it on a crawl space, floor space. That just seemed better to me. Easier to get to your plumbing that way. Although it seems like we are going to do some of the duct work for the air conditioning in the attic area. But either way, should have good, easy access to all the stuff for repair and maintenance. Haven't completely mapped out where everything's exactly going to go in the kitchen yet, but that should be next time. And you know, the kitchen's not going to be a very big area. Since it's open with the living room, it won't feel like you're in a little hole.
Well, and right about here is where he was talking about having the L-shaped countertop extend out this way so that you could have like bar stools or whatever on this side.
Instead of having a more traditional dining room table, probably do that. Probably have a couple of folding tables we leave out here we can stretch out, but no reason to have an old school wood table. I mean,
yeah, and the wraparound bar area will kind of do something to separate the kitchen space from the living space.
Truth be told, I'll probably be more likely to put a table outside on the deck or something, eat outside if possible.
Yeah, when it's nice, do it.
Yeah, well, even if it's not, you're just having a roof on the deck.
Well, you still got the fire pit and stuff outside, too.
Exactly. No, I just wanted to pop in. I'm trying to think when it was around New Year's we came out, right? Right before New Year's? Yeah. So it's been 6 weeks. And considering 2 weeks of that were lost to weather.
Yeah, he's banging it out, man.
I'd say, yeah, for roughly 3 to 4 weeks of work, weather, of course, it's progressed a good bit since the last time when it was basically a floor and some bars, wood.
Yeah, I mean, he had the 2x4s for the walls built out, but no exterior walls, no trusses. So they got all that done in a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every time we came out, the first time we came out, it was basically just post holes in the ground. And then it was basically just the framing for the floor. And then last time it was kind of building up from there. And so I'd say, yeah, each time we've gotten better. But our goal is hopefully to be out here at least having it mostly complete by the eclipse in April. So we will see if that happens. I think if nothing else, it'll be livable. Heck, I mean, we could throw sleeping bags in here right now.
Well, yeah, on a nice day.
Well, it'll have a roof. So, at the very least, we'll have a roof by April. But hey, if it's an eclipse, wouldn't it actually be better to have an open roof for the eclipse?
It's an interesting point.
Yeah.
Isn't that sometime towards the end of March?
April 24th, something like, or 18th, so mid-April. But yeah. That is, I guess.
By then we'll be able to sit on the roof and watch it.
True. I almost wanted to put like a crawl space up there where you can just go sit on the roof, put a little chair up there and
right
sitting on the roof chilling.
I think the problem with that is the potential of compromising your roof.
Oh, come on. Live a little. Just spread out. It's like, you know.
It's your place, man. You do what you want.
Hey, more reason to have the tarp roof, right? Fall through it. What are you out? $20? So yeah, that's our third look as we round out the middle of February. Need to get back into town, so this is about how we're going. See where we're at next time, I guess. No, it was good to get out. I'm glad today. Old family cabin for a bit before we head back into town, up the mountain. It was a nice day. A lot warmer than I expected. Yesterday it barely got above freezing, although it was sunny. But today I'd say it's definitely 50s. Not too windy though, which is a change for this area. But no, I'm pretty happy with how far construction's come along. Next step will be putting the metal on the roof, and I think he wants to build the deck next. Hopefully we'll catch up on the schedule soon. I like being out here. Kind of hate heading back to town sometimes. But tomorrow is work day. For me anyway. For the rest of the world, I think it's a holiday, or at least the banking world. I'm not sure what the hell kind of holiday President's Day is, but whatever. This is Misha. Catch you very soon next time. Well, we're out here on a seemingly sunny day, so let's check on progress after another couple of weeks. And I really hate unlocking this gate. I need a double gate.
Yeah, you do.
Or, I mean, great to have a powered one, but all right, let's go.
One thing at a time.
Exactly. My foot's asleep. See how much work they got done. Hopefully some foliage will start coming in pretty soon. It's warm out today. Probably the first warm day we've had. Of course, it is basically the final day of March. Which we looked at that last time. They were working on it. Like J-Ro was saying, it needs to be stained and finished out, but we're also kind of going for a rough hewn thing around here. Yeah, no rail there yet. Maybe we'll put some rails here. You know, it's not a fall I'd want to take, but it's not horrible. Definitely glad I went with 8 foot as opposed to 6.
It's good wide.
Yeah, it's about as narrow as I'd want it. I mean, it would have been great to do 10, but based on just like lumber sizes and stuff, not really practicable. Like I said, there'll be a rail here to give a nice... It's really long enough though. I did some calculations and there's 400 square feet of deck. Thought this would be a good auxiliary shooting area, kind of in this area right here. So now here the ground's, you know, up. There you could just walk right off. We talked about, he asked me if I wanted to put rails here. They're not really needed, but kind of seemed weird to have it on.
There's some wood head height.
I would have figured that out one way or the other.
Yeah, you would.
Not the good way, but yeah, the braces, that'll get cut down. But yeah, just a little bit of step here, and then, you know. Oh, yeah, there is just like a post there. Like you were saying, he got some of the weather wrapping on for now. Definitely smells like wood. He's got the door for this, but he hadn't put it up yet just because of ease of working for him. He said he got to get that up next week. I was telling J-Ro, he said he'll have the roof completely on.
It's on.
Is it all? I think maybe the back isn't. I think he said.
Yeah, you still got about half of it.
He was saying he'll have it done Monday.
Yep, he did 1/2 of it, like right up to the crest of the roof. Exactly half done.
Yep. Yeah, and he's had the sheets for a while, but kitchen sink. Yeah, this is one change we made. I don't know if it's since the last time we did a video, but I think since you were out here, was going to just true double windows here instead of having a kind of a break in the middle.
Yeah.
I think it'll work out better. I wanted to keep the windows as much as possible the same size though across the cabin, just for maintenance purposes. Not having like some weird special screen or window pane you might need to replace. But I thought having a double window in the living room, because his face is more or less east, would be good. Just leave this here. Just have a support beam just right there.
This really is going to be spacious attic.
Yeah, the attic is really shaping up to be something that can be truly useful.
I mean, like, this is a lot of storage space. I mean, like, if you wanted to, you could even put like a little dormer up here.
Yeah, we had actually made it in a way where it could be finished out later on. I like the front door he picked. We talked about it, but the simple wood to the point.
I mean, seriously, you could put like a little loft roof up.
Oh yeah, we actually already planned. Remember when we were out here early on, we talked about the weight of having even a second floor, so.
Yeah, he left the ladder here up into the attic. So
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the camera off, we'll go up there. An interesting video. I should tell him to leave like a skylight up here.
that's a hell of a skylight.
Yeah, just throw some plastic over it, it'll be great. But yeah, kind of
It's more of a sunroof than a skylight right now.
make it a convertible. Just like push a button, rolls back.
Retractable awning.
Yeah, like a garage door. But yeah, the idea was storage for now, but we were gonna put an actual floor in and put some kind of bumpers so it wouldn't go over. But in general, if we wanted to finish it out one day,
It's a big attic space.
yeah. Like you said, a lot of places out here have little lofts that they use. But for now, it'll be storage. Later on, can always do something more. Which way is the peak? Does it run parallel or perpendicular?
It's parallel to you.
Okay, so the peak is running this way?
Yes.
Okay, that's
You're
right.
facing north.
Yeah, so the highest point is right here. Well, I mean, right here, but yeah.
Yeah, to your right and up.
Might be kind of neat one day to put like a window in on each end, you know?
Yep. That's what I'm saying. You put like a little dormer window up there. And
Yeah.
a little loft. If you wanted to.
Even if it's not heated and cooled.
Otherwise, you've got a hell of a lot of storage space.
Yeah, probably more than I have in my house, just because of, again, layout.
Probably more active storage than people got in most houses.
Well, he was concerned about, you know, drainage and stuff, and, well, if you're gonna build it, might as well. Alrighty. So yeah, to one of the bedrooms. Not much has changed here so far, except we got windows. The electrician is scheduled to come out in about 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason when they're sawing and drilling wood, it gets dusty real quick. This was actually one of his suggestions about the windows, and I think he's right, is to put them up kind of high so you can still put stuff underneath them.
Yeah, for sure.
He was saying one mistake people always make is they put windows too low, which I'm sure looks good, but my thought was in each of these bedrooms, this would be a great place to put a desk or otherwise kind
I
of,
think they're pretty much in the right spot.
yeah, kind of a workstation, writing station.
Yeah, this is a big spacious porch. I think if you had added 2 more feet, it would have benefited much, honestly.
Yeah, oops, there's a wall.
Well, shit, it would have been, let's see, 40 plus 20 times 2 would have been another 120 square feet.
You mean if you made the porch 10 foot instead of 8? Yeah. Well, and again, it kind of got to the lengths of the boards, you know, because you get to a point where you have to get a whole new board and cut it, and logistically, there was a reason. I forget what it was now. But 8 seemed okay.
Like I said, this is already real big.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. This is the bathroom. Not much to see here right now, I suppose. So I think we should keep the sunroof. Thought this would be a good view at some point for people. Nice breeze blowing through. And back into the kitchen area. And a spooky ghost passing through walls. Yeah, here will be the kind of utility closet for what have yous. Hot water. Should be plenty big. And the bar separating kitchen and living room. So yeah, made some progress. Certainly on the deck. Didn't one of these windows have a screen in it? Can't remember. I'm just imagineering. One's got 2 latches. Yeah, I thought one did, yeah. Funny. Well, that's the tour, folks, so far. Just kind of keeping a record of construction. Hopefully, we have some nice weather for a few weeks and we can finish this out. Original plan was end of April. but we lost about 3 weeks because of severe winter weather, and also about a week because one of the main helpers had kidney stones. To be fair, he actually powered through most of it, but yeah, they're rough. So now we're hoping into May, everyone's scheduled to come out. Ta-da! Well, I guess we better start unloading. Son's going over the yard arm and we want to go in for dinner. One thing, we found a few little things we want to change, but we're talking about putting a third step area here. We've got one on that end, one on this end. We're thinking it might be good to have one here at the corner of the deck. Yeah, there's the step down just over there, but I don't know. Wouldn't take much, probably just one step there. And what we were thinking too, the rail on this side, we're going to have it normal rail level, so, you know, a little more than waist high. But we were thinking about shooting, at least some of the time, maybe like sighting in guns right here, because it faces, you know, pretty safe area. So we wanted a low rail so we could put a table or a bench here, but then it would have been high, low, high. But then we were talking about putting that step in, so I thought, and we did too, maybe just put a low rail across this whole end. Again, there's not much of a drop off, so having kind of a, well, maybe more than knee-high rail, but a low rail on this side would probably be a little more symmetrical than high, low, high. And then we could just move a bench slash table here for shooting. And yeah, it is, I guess, a bit of a walk around if you needed to get over there, like to go check your targets. It's not too much of a detour, but you know, if you had to do it every 10 minutes or 5 minutes, you know, and it won't cost much of anything to put a step in. So what do you think? Other than that, we've pretty much just kind of confirmed what's going on, and they're supposed to be out here Monday, barring storms, to finish up the roof and put the door on. Then it'll be in the dry. With that, we're going to wrap things up here. I'll be at my swing for final thoughts. And here we are, after action report, like I usually do with these. Although we're not in my backyard on the swing on my porch. I'm actually down visiting family because, well, now it's actually Easter because we're past midnight. But yeah, it just seemed easier to stay down instead of going back home and then coming back in the morning. But yeah, that's the progress so far. They said they'll have the other half of the roof on and hopefully the rest of the porch roof on. The metal's already cut and ready to go. It's out in the yard. So hopefully that'll be done Monday, except they are saying storms for this area. So depending on how that goes, A, hopefully the storms don't do any damage. And B, if so, hopefully they get done Tuesday. And so our plans from this point are to do more of a camp out, although since it will be in the dry, at least we'll have a warm box to be in for the eclipse, which is a big deal coming up in a week here. We're in the path of totality and whatnot. According to the factoid article that a family member read tonight, there won't be another eclipse of any magnitude here until 2045, you know, totality or close to it. I still plan to be around then, but that is 21 years. A lot can happen. I will be retirement age, yay. And they said there won't be a more complete and total and long-lasting eclipse here for another 217 years, and there hasn't been one here, you know, like this since as far back as 1806. The good news is, because I am in fact a Time Lord, I was around for that one, and I will be around for the one in 218 years. So yeah, if you're going to be there, join me too. So no big deal, ho-hum if we miss it. Of course, now people are starting to worry, what if it's cloudy or whatnot that day? I said, don't worry, it'll still be dark. It could be cloudy as all get out. It'll still get dark, but apparently they want to look at the sun. It's kind of a big deal here. I mean, I don't think anyone's taking it serious, but honestly, it's a good occasion just to have time with friends and family and have some fun, and that's what we're planning on doing. So the cabin does have electricity, at least outside. There's an electrical pole and service, so we can plug in there if we want to use stuff like that. I could go ahead and flip the switch and turn on the internet since it comes through that too, but probably won't, not yet. Right after the eclipse, the next week, the electrician's supposed to be out to wire up the walls, and from there we should be able to finish out the inside walls pretty quick. And then I need to go buy some appliances. And next big deal after that is just finding an HVAC unit. I thought we had one, but turns out it was a little too big and a little too expensive for our needs. I don't mind doing overkill, and I certainly don't mind buying a lightly used or demo unit, but I don't like buying a lightly used demo unit that's a little too big and also more money than I wanted to pay. You know, something's got to give somewhere. So good news is we can probably get away without major heat or air for a while, because being in the mountains, it doesn't typically get that hot, especially at night, until after 4th of July. But, you know, we're going to go and have the ductwork done. We're going to run it through the attic. As you saw there, there's a good 5 foot in the middle, and should be a good storage area. Maybe one day I'll even kind of turn it into a little reading nook, because you couldn't really stand there, but you could, have a chair, have a window. My wife likes doing that. It could be like having a secret club treehouse fort thing. Or as I said, the world's tallest bunk bed. But yeah, it's coming along. The porch took quite a bit, but it was worth it, and I think it will be. As I showed a minute ago for you, a couple hours and more for me, the northern rail there, I'm still debating on a little bit how to do that, but we'll figure it out. We've already got all the lumber and what have you. I did some estimation. The inside is about 800 square feet, give or take. Outside is about 400 square feet, so the outside is 50% the inside, and that's exactly how I like it. I joked with J-Ro that you're going to come up and the outside porch is going to look all lived in. There's going to be chairs kind of everywhere, end tables with half-drink sodas and beers on them, maybe some food wrappers, trash cans, just typical detritus of living. And then you're going to go inside and it's just going to be empty. He joked it's going to look like a barracks after it cleared out. And we said, yeah, there's going to be like one crusty sock. I did not know there was a dog out here. I jumped a little bit. I know there's the dog at my home, but not here. Speaking of here, I noticed back home, because it was really cold this past week and then it got warm today, but it was cold enough at night, it was just quiet out. The frogs and bugs haven't really come out of hibernation or hatching yet up there, but here I guess they kind of have. Even though we're not that far apart, it's the mountains. I'm on the north side of the Ozark Mountains, and down here we're on the south side. So, because of that, mountains and changes in elevation in general, because you kind of have the Ozark Plateaus up there, the basin area. Yeah, you can have some pretty different climates pretty close together. It's really noticeable in the summer too, I tell you. But luckily out in the mountains, it's usually pretty nice. Probably the coolest place of them all. Now in the winter, you can get a little nipply, which is, I probably won't be able to afford it now or even want to, but I'm thinking a generator of some stripe is probably going to be worth doing. But we'll see. Those neighbor dogs actually make my neighbor's dog not seem so bad. It's a nice quiet evening, dogs. It's really pleasant out here. It's about mid-60s. Really nice smells in there. But yeah. Anywho, that was the next progress update since we looked at it last, so making some headway. Got the windows and door in. Like I said earlier, we haven't done the back door yet just because of ease of, them getting in and out. But if I ask him to put it in, we can get that popped in the morning. No biggie. So hopefully we'll just have a couple more of these type updates with the structure finally getting done. And then it'll be, getting furnishings and quote-unquote decorating. We'll see how that'll go, though. But, yeah, hope everyone has a good, happy Easter. Or has at this point. By the time I get this up, it'll probably be late in the day. And, anyone else have eclipse plans? Let me know. And if you haven't, check out some of the previous cabin build videos. And when it's all over, I plan on giving the raw footage to J-Ro and let him do more of a professional kind of supercut. Might even have him bring his drone out and do that. Best wishes to everyone and their families. This is Misha. Catch you very soon next time. Well, folks, first night. I'll be staying in the cabin as such. You probably can't see anything, it's dark. There is actually electricity, but yeah, still a long ways to go, but in the dry, and it's actually decent temperature out, so won't hurt anything. And yeah, wanted to do it. Tomorrow's the eclipse when we're out here, but see how it goes. Just took my shoes off, been on them all day. At least I am very tired. But I've got some provisions here. Went and picked up a few things at Bass Pro, Cabela's, whatever, camping stuff, so at least have a bed and bedding. And a few food items, and I guess I'll be taking kind of an astronaut style bath with wipes and waterless hair shampoo conditioner. But yeah, we'll see how the night goes. Hopefully well. And one reason I wanted to stay out here was kind of things I wanted to change, or where I want things placed, and me moving around for a few hours will really get me a feel for things and locations. Anyway, I'll pop back in here in a bit. I'm going to change into some more comfortable clothes and maybe eat a bite, clean myself a bit, and see you in a bit. Let's step outside for a minute. This is the northern side. You can really hear the creek going over there at night. Well, brought a cushion out here to throw on the swing. I don't know about you, but I like sitting out at night. Aside from temperature differences, really doesn't make me a whole lot of difference. In fact, in the summertime, I'd rather be outside at night. Far less meh. Sure is peaceful out here. It feels far from home. Not that far from my house, but in both a good and bad way. That makes sense. My wife's not here. She couldn't get off work for the eclipse. My pets aren't here, namely Miss Peanut. But, Yep. There's not much I can do or to do, and that's actually kind of a nice feeling. Usually I'm thinking about work, chores. There's fuck all I have to do. So maybe I'll just try to relax tonight. Alright, I ate a bite. Gave myself a dry shower. I guess you probably could use some light, huh? It's about as good as I got. It's kind of funny, I was thinking, things that are necessary and important to me aren't typical. Like lights and stuff I could care less about. And I'm pretty self-entertaining. I got my computer and so did something that I haven't done in a very long time. Watched listened, to a music album through and through. You know, I find that these days we maybe listen to songs. I don't do it as much as I used to, that's for sure. But not entire albums anymore. So yeah, it's actually to me quite a comfortable temperature. It's a little chilly outside, 50 some odd degrees, but in here, just enough of a protection that feels pretty good. I mean, of course I bought blankets, bought a cot. Of course this is the bathroom. I can't rightly say why I wanted to stay here. I could have stayed with J-Ro and the others, but they're just down the road. But it seemed fitting. I mean, we have a roof and windows. And again, it's not particularly cold or hot. I just hope I don't have to take a crap. Everything else is good. This kind of, to me, is analogous to when you launch a ship from dry dock for the first time. You still have to fit it out. You still have to test it, but this is launching a bit. I mean, it is an enclosed structure. I actually do have power. I grabbed a medium durability extension cord for outdoor use. Ran it from the mains. So, got a plug. You know, I've roughed it far more than this. Camping, even being overseas in a foreign motel where I had nothing. Maybe a laptop with no internet. And not only do I not mind being alone tonight, I actually rather enjoy it. I'm very content with my own company. Very content to my own devices and thoughts. Part of it is I'm a different kind of person. And what might seem strange to some does not to me. But no, ate a bite. Trying to wind down for the night. Sat out on my swing for a bit. Put out a rocking chair on the porch. Been sitting there for a while eating. It's just early April. I'm hoping in May we'll have the inside finished out. And from there, be able to start getting furnishings and stuff. I don't know. Spending a night here with me in the building. It's kind of a getting to know you thing. The size seems perfectly fine for me. In my younger days, I had a lot of apartments that were smaller. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to having this place ready to go. The electrician is due next week. After that, we can do the walls, of course, do the floor. After that, hopefully the well digger will dig a hole, and then the plumbing. We have all the material, it's just, doing it. I wish I had the funds to put the other room back here like we were planning. But that'll be an add-on for a few years from now. Gives me something to look forward to. I'd like to do kind of a sunroom, lots of windows back there. Maybe even put a wood stove. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, I just wanted to get a feel for the place. And it's feeling pretty good. One kind of thing the builder did before he left, he made me a ersatz door latch. And the doors are actually quite high, but it's not really for humans as much as, boy, I'd hate to wake up and have a raccoon or a armadillo in here. And you say that's not possible. One Christmas several years ago, I think it was right before I got married. I think I was engaged, but not married yet. And was at my parents' house visiting, and woke up Christmas morning. Not ready to get out of bed yet, but, it's cold outside. Staying in bed. And I heard a bird, and it sounded loud. I thought, well, he's right outside my window. Boy, that's a really loud bird. Boy, that's a really, really loud bird. The top of the window had come down in the bedroom up there, and the bird had flown in. Now, I don't mean it was all the way down. I mean, it was a few inches at most, maybe 3, 4. And the bird had come in and was roosting on the curtain rod. The bed I was on was under the window. So, counting vertical distance, he wasn't even 6 feet away total. Weird things like that happen to me. But it keeps my life interesting. Picked up these cots at Bass Pro Cabela's. This one's pretty good size. They had one slightly larger, maybe 6 inches, on display, but they were out of stock, so I got this one. So it's a good size. It's twin size, I'd say, maybe slightly more, but it seems really sturdy. It's supposed to take 400 pounds. I know I put on weight, but not quite that much. So I wouldn't mind getting one of the bigger ones later. Got me a, dirty clothes, kind of a all-weather blanket. Got me a pillow too. Again, I've traveled a lot in my life. And when you travel Europe and stuff, you kind of learn how to live. I do tend to pack pretty thoroughly. I figure with packing, you can either pack light, which I admire, or you can pack thorough, which is my tactic. So, hey, this is my luggage here. Where's she at? I've had this since high school. It was a 4-piece, and I still have 3. One of them had an unfortunate accident, actually not that long ago. Computer bag. This is a little bag I keep my, not just camera stuff, but camera batteries. Nice size. It's that Laptop I bought last year. I could charge it, but honestly, its battery seems to be lasting this fine. I love the peace and quiet. I really do. We'll go out the door and then pretty much I think I'll turn in for the night. Been a long day. Good day so far. Eclipse later on. Walking through the laundry room. It's one benefit of not having it finished out. It makes moving around easier. Almost could be one hell of just kind of a studio apartment if you didn't put walls in. Well, except for the bathroom. But probably better to have separate bedrooms. The deck part's finished, but it's not roofed yet. My camp chair. Got that for Christmas. Really like it. It rocks. How many of you thought I was going to hit that? Yeah, this is the mountain. Not that you can probably see anything in the dark. I wasn't sure if there'd be any bugs or whatnot out yet, but they're not. I heard a few frogs earlier in the day. Yep. So, not a lot of progress since last time we came out, but we'll see how the night goes, how I sleep. In the past, sleeping out here at the mountain air really did well, so hopefully it does. You can really hear the creek, and there's a creek that is at the edge of my property. Actually goes right to the center line and across the road, which is still another member of my family's property. That's where Jero and everyone else is at, so not far away. Is actually the Mulberry River, which is a navigable river with canoeing, rafting. In fact, some people are going to be doing that for the eclipse. Yeah, really like being out here. Anyway, guys, that's the progress, such as it is. This is more of a personal progress than I guess a cabin progress video, but hey, it is what it is. He also, and I know the light turned off, I did it. He also put one of those wood, quote-unquote, locks here. Well, I was wondering if I'd have to open the windows to let air in. Didn't know how warm it was going to be. This weather we've had lately has been crazy. Warm, cold, but again, with the windows shut and the doors shut, it's about perfect in here for sleeping for me. Again, outside it's in the 50s. I'd say in here it's low 60s. You know, still a bit of heat being retained by the metal roof from the day. So that's what we got, folks. Hope everyone is doing well. So I'll check back in after I hopefully get a good night's sleep. Misha here, and as promised, we're having another update to the cabin. First outdoors. Yeah, it's really becoming spring out here. When we were out here for the eclipse, it was still feeling pretty late wintry, even though it was the beginning of April. This is May 3rd as I'm recording this, so not quite a month since that last update. I've been out a couple of times in between, but yeah, nature itself is kind of blooming. The creek's up because we've had a lot of rain. In fact, it was raining this morning. But we'll see what's been done here. First and foremost, we have roof for the porch. At least most of it. A little bit there. And we'll pop inside, see what we got going on. Needs a doorknob. Cooler in here. It's not hot out there, but it's warming up. It was really cloudy. Like I said, even raining earlier today, but electrician's been out here. Got most of all that done. The HVAC has begun. Still waiting on the well guy. Had a little bit of a misunderstanding / miscommunication. There's the thing about getting on his list of holes to be dug, but it's resolved now, and things happened. It didn't really set us back any, but could have already had a well by now, but it wasn't adequately communicated that we were ready to do it. He just thought we were in the considering stage. But yeah, picked out where plug-ins and light fixtures will go. So, worked out some issues on trim, that kind of thing. It was funny when on the main Mishaco channel, people noticed I was wearing a watch and they were rather confused. I might have had a little fun with that. Yeah, the only area that I'm not, hasn't really started coming together in my mind yet is the kitchen, until we start doing the counters in the bar. But I'll get there. So the last 2 weeks have been very rainy out here. And in my house too, it's just been very rainy. I recorded the last black box out here on this porch right here. I like this spot. It's away from the road, private, mountain up that way, and creek over here. It's Friday, so there's a lot of people on the road coming out camping, a lot of people with boats and RVs and getting out, and they're probably very, very grateful the weather cleared. It's been weird. I think every hour, and I'm not even exaggerating, that I check the weather, it changed. But it's nice right now. Almost perfect temperature out here, especially in the shade. I think I'm gonna go to a swing. The movement might have tipped you off. I like this. Now as the trees have come in, nice and shady, got my creek. I bet I'm gonna be spending a lot of time in pretty much this spot. Yeah, I'm really liking this backyard. I've started working on the siding and stuff. Yeah, you can definitely tell we've had a lot of rain out this way. So up in the attic, I don't have J-Ro here this time to be all worried about me. Yeah, it's really good we have the heater and not the air conditioner, because it's so cold out, huh? Oh, yeah.
And this, what you're standing on, it goes the full length of the house. So
Is this going to be here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the very center of your house, right here where you fill these posts. It's your load bearing. wall.
So this is where we're going to put the little bump. Okay. So, yeah, I can actually stand here. No, we weren't going to put like dormer windows or little vents on the ends, were we?
No, he's getting soffit vents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Soffits, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Something.
We just haven't put them in yet because we haven't done the soffit yet.
I feel a breeze up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Just get a breeze.
Yeah, coming in from the soffit. It's not enclosed yet.
Gotcha. You can tell there's a little bit of airflow. Yeah, everyone. The two things people seem to point out: the deck and the attic. That's what I hear the most about.
Right.
But yeah, that'd be a good place to stick stuff,
Heck yeah.
including just having utilities up here.
Yep.
Well, better get back to the actual range part. But yeah, just wanted to hop up here. And we were just gonna put that pole chain for the light, like we talked about. Right? Yeah, I think that's easy. I'm afraid if we put a post, I'll just knock into it, and it'll just be in the way of boxes. So, hey, we could put a trampoline and just jump off.
You could.
Yeah.
You know, or slide.
Ooh, water slide.
Have fun with that.
Yeah. All right. This is actually the next day. We got out there, and we were really fortunate. It had been raining before, and even that morning on the 3rd, it was cloudy, and as we were driving down, well, we got speckled on by some rain, but around 11:30 or so, it cleared off, as you saw, and stayed really nice all day. And then today it's stormy again. You heard some thunder. Right now we're kind of in between waves of storm. The morning of the 4th was fine, but it's a good thing we went out on that Friday as opposed to trying to make this weekend work, because tomorrow's supposed to storm all day, and today, evening and night, the storms. So we caught the in between, and as I said at the end there, we were shooting some various guns, and it's actually thanks to Fox. I would have been happy to kind of beg off and do it another day, frankly, just because so much was going on and I was so tired. But there were a couple of guns he was sincerely excited to shoot, and we had a very tight schedule. For once, it worked. I had to be gone by 4, and Fox wasn't going to be out till about 2, so that was already pretty narrow, but it worked out. I ended up getting there, because I was riding separately, about when you saw me recording, so about a little before noon. And had a little problem too. My ride back home said actually it'd be better if we could leave by 3:30, maybe 3:15. Well, crap. So I wrote Fox before losing cell range and said, hey, if you can make it out any earlier, that'd be good. And he did. He made it out by noon, and we ended up with time to spare shooting. My ride wasn't in so much of a hurry after all. So we had a good 3.5 hours. But yeah, things are coming along. There's about a day's worth of work for the electrician. The heating and air guy has pretty much got where he's gonna get until other things get done. The well digger, hopefully will be out in 2 to 3 weeks to do that. Then we can hook up plumbing. While we were there that day, they finished off the roof on the porch, and they finished off the siding, so that's all done. Just need to paint that. Of course, there's tons of trim work, and I was only joking, of course, about the doorknob. He said he could put in a lock and a knob anytime. I said, there's no reason right now till we actually get something inside that needs protecting. We've got wires and things. They've run that, but it'll get there, and we're gonna have an interesting. I'm actually pretty excited about the inside finish we picked for the living room and hallway and kitchen areas. So the big room that'll be divided, and then the hallway going to the bathroom and bedrooms. My contractor, who you saw there, bought an old barn and salvaged old barn wood that's in good shape from it. So we're going to use old seasoned wood. This barn was 80 years old, or even 100, and it's going to look quite nice. As not the walls, of course, the walls are new wood, but as the paneling for the walls, trying to give it that rustic look. And then for the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom, we'll use that old wood as kind of trim for the baseboard and the corners, but then do more of a modern, drywall type thing with paint, just to give it the diversity. That way the bedrooms and really mostly the bathroom have a slightly different thing going on, a little more bright and open compared with the living room and dining area. That'll be more rustic. So, and of course the doors to the 2 bedrooms and bathroom, as I said, are actually old doors from my family's cabin. So that'll be nice. But with the porch done, about time I hang up a swing on the porch to kind of go with the swing in the backyard. I did forget to remember a cushion for the swing. And another thing that now that I've been out there a few times, and there are things you don't think about when you're in a house, anyone's house. Trash can. Even though I brought bags out to put trash in, bags blow and move and change and empty. Cans. Cheap little trash can from Walmart. I need to grab just a couple just to set in there that I can put bags in. They're just like grocery bags. Like the ammo boxes or food wrappers, because I don't want to be dirty out there and litter my own land. On top of that, also surfaces to sit things on. I had gone in to sit my cup down, drink and coffee, and there's tables outside, but just a little end table, just a couple of coffee table size areas. And I noticed that when I spent the night out there last time as well. It just would have been nice to have some things. So I'm going to do that, but I'm trying not to put too much out there until the floor gets done. We've already got it all picked out. We're just, waiting. It'll go quick when we do. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Even though there's a lot of, surface level stuff to be done, as soon as the electrician gets one more day in, and as soon as the well digger does his thing, which means we can hook up the plumbing, attach the toilet, the shower, yada, 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 then we just have to lay down floor, do the dry walls, put the boards in. He's still treating those boards from the old barn, so that will slow things down just a little bit, because he's going to be pulling out old nails, inspecting them, treating them for age and all that. But I think it'll be nice and worth it. And like I said, the only thing that really is kind of just open and hasn't really been nailed down completely yet, quite literally, is the kitchen area. But I don't need a big kitchen, guys. Just enough to cook. And I will definitely put a grill outside, probably on the deck, so it's easy. It's coming together. But there are several spots out there I kind of just enjoy pontificating at, either that spot on the back porch or out by the swing. I'm happy how shady it is now that the leaves have come in, and yeah, pretty happy. It's just these things take time, and of course we've had to pull off some projects to do other things, and we've had bad weather here and there because it's spring. But that's just how it goes. I'd rather go slow and steady and have it done right than get in a hurry and skip things or cheapen out on areas that really will just come back to bite me in the rear. And he's been really accommodating about making it where I can easily navigate. An example, the air conditioner, the outside unit. The guy came and they were going to put it where you would usually put it in the house, at the corner, which would be, we'll call it the northwest corner. I know it's not exactly cardinal northwest, but you get the idea. The problem for me is that's right as you come off that back step off the north porch, and I have a feeling that's a path I'm going to use a lot to go to the backyard where my swing's at and chairs and everything. I could learn to kind of go forward and make a loop around the air conditioner, but it's a lot easier for me to just follow the wall, hit the corner, and then turn. So I asked them if they could move the AC to about the center part of the backyard, essentially on the outside of the bathroom area. Now, the reason we didn't want to put it on the other end, for one thing, that would have it really far away from the mechanism, which will be in that attic as you saw, plus some down in the in the laundry room, which is right below that in the attic. So we don't want to stretch it out. Also, that back end, we'll call it the south side. The one reason I left the wall kind of bare, no window in it, in the living room, that's my planned add-on area later. I don't know when I'll add on, or even, you know, if I will do it. I hope to, but I wanted to leave an area easily be added on to, so we couldn't really put a unit over there. It had to be moved. But the middle seemed fine. I also thought, even though modern units are pretty quiet, not having it under either window in the bedrooms, either the south or the north one, would be nice. Who wants to open up their bedroom window and hear vrrr, even though in theory you would never have the unit on while with the window open. There are situations, let's say the vent's on without the unit. I don't know. It just be nice not to have it right there if you open the window, I thought. So they were accommodating and moved it. We'll put a pad in to put the unit on, and there we go. That's about it. And again, been doing a lot of planning, buying some things, working with contractors, or subcontractors rather, electrician, well digger, AC, HVAC guy. Yeah, the second wave's coming. And that does slow things down a bit, but the bones are there, and I'm feeling excited. I'm getting more and more antsy to have a living space, so yeah, hopefully we'll have a couple of months of good luck, and I won't have to do too many project update videos, but this is going at pretty much the pace I expected, because I've hired contractors before, and I just simply know. And to be fair, I myself kind of caused him a morning of delayed work, because instead of heading directly out to the cabin at 8 a.m. that morning, I had him come by and pick me up so I could get out there. So it's kind of my bad and on me that he lost about 3 hours of work that morning. So yeah, I own it. But again, wanted to get out and shoot with Fox at the range and try out some new guns, and seemed worth it. Came back home that evening riding with my brother, had a nice dinner, and came home and was loopy with exhaustion because I got basically no sleep that night. But hard work day, and kind of just catching up on video stuff this weekend as it rains outside. But let me know what you think, guys, how things are looking to you. We haven't got to the paint part yet. It's kind of an interesting experience asking a blind guy to pick out paint swatches, but could be interesting. This is Misha. Catch you very soon next time. So the next update, it is also hot. We got a lot to cover. It's been a while since we've done a video, but we had a lot of rain too. We'll get to it in a bit, but yeah. We should be getting close. Probably one more update, and then we'll look at final project.
Anything?
Not right now. Just gonna walk around, offload our stuff, but we figured we'd mess with you guys for a bit till it's not quite as sun overhead, and then we'll do shooting. But
okay. Yeah, just go shoot whenever. I'm trying to get my last coat on this ceiling in here. This is the last part I got, and then tomorrow we're gonna be blowing texture.
Where is it wet?
Oh yeah, Justin, you haven't seen any of this, have you? You haven't seen none of the sheetrock or anything, have you? Yeah, all that stuff.
Just so I know, is everywhere wet, or?
The sewer's not hooked up to the septic tank, but the pipe's down underneath. I just got hooking it up. But be real careful on the walls, because
that's what I was trying to ask you.
This mud is all wet. Yeah, it's all wet. We've been going around all day long.
So everything's wet?
Well, for right now, yeah. I'm just be careful, because I can't tell you which is wet and what ain't wet. So just be real careful.
What I'm going to do is I'll start licking the walls, and then I'll know what's wet.
Go ahead and lick it. Let me get that camera. I'll turn around and film you licking the wall. How's that sound?
Like we haven't had enough to drink yet.
Right.
It wouldn't be his first wall licking video anyway.
And that's just today.
Oh God.
Man, this looks nice. I like this. I like the choice for the panel.
Yeah, the barnwood's super cool. Huh? Rustic. All the corners will get trimmed over the top of that, you know. And it'll go, well, you see what I did on there.
Yeah.
So it'll, all of that around here The headers trimmed out all the way in here around the utility room. Door area will be barn wood. That'll be painted. Kitchen.
The ceiling just going to be in the white.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. He asked me at the same. I was like, man, I can't see it. I don't care. So that was that was one area we could save a little money.
Yeah.
If I could look up and see it, I'd probably do like wood and vaulting, but it's fine.
It'll look totally fine.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah, and years down the road, if we want to change it, we can.
And I like the white with the barn wood contrasting. So
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Well, because if you do only barn wood, you're gonna get a very dark place.
A lot of wood, yeah.
Yeah, everything's a balance. Like, frankly, to my taste, Todd's place is a little kind of dark and kind of cavernly, you know?
It is.
Mostly I think it's because he's got those narrow windows everywhere.
This barn wood here, we tore out of an old barn south of Ozarks, kind of over by Charleston. And the barn itself was somewhere they thought around 80 to 85 years old. Yeah. And this is 1.8 inches thick. I mean, some of them are a little bit thicker, some of them a little bit, but they're all at least 1 inch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of feeling the edge here.
Got the saw marks in it from the saw.
The only bad thing is you removed the nails. I wanted to leave the nails in for like surprises.
Yeah, we removed the nails.
Yep.
All the sheetrock in here is completely done. It's all finished mud in here. But yeah, okay, so
Finally, the bathroom.
If your door switch,
because for all this time, the bathroom was just like not even a room. At least it's becoming something now.
yeah. Right. So if we brought the door out, because you have such a wide alcove of a hallway, normally I would never suggest that. But if you're wanting more room in that bathroom, it would be good to let it swing out.
Yeah, let me think about it. Into the bedrooms yet. Not much more to see here. I figure this one will be the guest or auxiliary bedroom. The night spent here, kind of found.
Orangeville's not cabin enough.
Kind of found out I like this one more. It's a little more off the road and get a really nice breeze coming off the mountain. If you open the window. Size-wise, they're the same.
Yeah, you don't have to say anything below like 34.5 inches. Yeah, everything from at least right here up.
You guys got cabinets picked out?
Yep, we do.
How those are gonna look?
The hickory. Yeah, they're nice.
He came up a couple of weeks ago and we went up to the store and went through cabinets and things. It was raining, so might as well.
Yep.
Came back to the world's tiniest air conditioner.
Oh, I've seen smaller.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I'm thankful for it. I'll be honest with you. I am, because it's definitely better than nothing, man. It'd be so hot in here right now. That's just enough to keep it off of you, you know?
Right, yeah.
Just enough.
Well, this
I
is.
think by middle of July, like early August, I'll have a pretty good idea of whether or not going to the Amazon sounds like a good idea to me or not.
Are you thinking about it?
Thinking about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Important thing, we picked where the porch swing was going to go. If you guys want black box videos, I gotta have a porch swing. It's just one of those requirements. It's like meatloaf and his cocaine.
The wind's
so strong, and the damn rope snapped. And you just see the guy just going over the condo and off into the great blue yonder. You know what I mean? He's probably still up there, man. He probably is. He's up there. He is Major Tom. I'm just really happy, like the foliage really comes in back here in the.
Oh, it's like I was telling them, like, you know, if I'm not out here for 2 or 3 weeks or whatever in between trips, I come back out here and the more it fills in, I'm all like, it just keeps that hillside keeps getting smaller.
That's why I was saying before we put up targets, we really need to see what we got to work with. Thank you.
I mean, there'll be some lines of sight that are kind of obscured during the summer months.
Yeah, that's all right. Probably really dig in there at some point with whoppers or something and make you some good shooting lanes. Yep. The little air conditioner is not staying. It's temporary. It's a borrowed unit, but better than nothing. Alrighty. Well, we visited with the builders and friends for a couple hours. I think we got all the final details worked out, including paint swatches. Yeah. So we're gonna rest for 5 and shoot for a few minutes while we're here and head back on in. But for the 4th of July, which is just in a week from when I'm recording this, probably be out here a few days. And air conditioner's done. And you saw the inside. They're going to do the texturing and whatnot tomorrow. Paint's picked, so I assume he's going to go buy some paint. So, really all we're really waiting on, the electric guy has about another half day of work just doing fixtures. And we need the well digger. That's been kind of the crux since March, is the well digger. But as I was telling J-Ro, he's kind of in a nice position for himself because he's pretty much one of only a couple of guys who does that in the entire area. And no one with sense would risk pissing him off because he can just say, "No well for you," and that's that. Now, I'm not saying he's slacking, but the fact is he's in demand, and we have had a lot of rain, and even though it's over now, it delayed about a month, because apparently you can't dig in ground when it's the consistency of wet cake. And he's got other projects too, but we're actually lucky because right after us, he has a big, like 10, 12 hole project north of here. So much so that he's actually going to kind of live up there a bit for a couple of months on site. So it seems like we're going to be the last well he does in the area before he heads out for a while. So, you know, small blessings, that kind of thing. And I know me moving back and forth is probably not making your visual experience all that great, but you can look away. And it's hot, and moving gets the air moving, and it feels good. Good news is, it is shady here. A little sun up there, but without direct sun, it's not too bad. And I will say too, even though there's bugs and crowd out, the bugs haven't really been bugging us today, at least not me so far. So I'll check back in before we leave, but I'm gonna go shoot guns for half an hour or so while we're here, take care of a few things, and then wrap up this project update. Back to work. Well, about time to leave. Even though we're just past the longest day of the year, losing daylight. But got a little shooting done. And yeah, so that's right, that's mixed up. We'll do one more kind of walk through before we head out. Stairs. Who needs stairs? Now I do like the porch isn't super high. Hopefully next time I'll have the swing out here. Yeah, the lumber out there kind of threw me for a loop because I thought my cane was hitting the the porch. And I'm tired. We've been out here about 5 hours and about ready to head in and get some good AC, not little AC. But you know what, little's better than none. But yeah, what do you think? My goodness, everywhere I go there's something. What a builder, there it is. What a builder leaves their stuff.
Who is it?
Housekeeping.
Hello.
Just do not give me chicken strips. But yeah, so this is the inside. You know about as much about the paint as I do. But at least it has walls now. For a while I was kind of wondering if I'd ever get walls.
What's that?
I was recording the video. I said it has walls now. I was kind of wondering for a while if it ever would actually get walls. Yeah, once they go up pretty quick.
That barnwood does look really nice.
Yeah, when he found that and offered it, I think he offered it as trim, and I'm like, yeah, let's do the whole thing. He's like, whoa, I don't know how much I have, and I'm like, well, you offered it, man. But I was like, yeah, I'm happy for the bedrooms kind of being, like, you know, more light and open. I think that'll be good, especially the bathroom. I didn't want to do barn wood in the bathroom. That just didn't seem. But yeah, for the living room and kind of hallway, I think this gives an interesting texture. And the good news is, if I ever get really drunk and lost in my place, at least I'll know if I'm in a bedroom or the living room. Based on the wall texture.
Did you get a splinter by touching the wall? Okay, you're in the living room.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to seal all of that.
Yeah. But I mean, very different texture.
And it is possible that it might look a little like continuity might not look quite right, having the kitchen be totally drywall and having it be the barnwood out here. If push came to shove, you could always extend barnwood into there, but
yeah.
I think that once you've got cabinets hung,
you've
got appliances,
and there are logistical cleaning concerns about barnwood near your stove. Not to mention just you know that because sometimes you just need to scrub your walls good, and you really can't do it.
But I guess the once this is a fully built out kitchen, you won't see very much drywall at all.
Because I picked some decently wood looking, you know, oak looking cabinets, you know, reasonably, not the cheapest ones, not super high end, but you know, basic, but they felt like actual hardwood, not the particle board stuff. So, and the bar will be wood, and you know, keep in mind all the wood's not. I mean, this is up for that.
Yeah, he was talking about putting a butcher block.
Yeah, we are.
Butcher block countertop surface in here, and that'll be really nice.
Well, he was asking if I wanted to do granitor from mica or what. I was like, but actually butcher block I like more, and it actually saves me money. It's cheaper than going pretty much any other type, at least when you have a carpenter doing your stuff. So yeah, at least we're fine making progress. But next time I bring you guys and the camera out here, we'll be staying for 4th of July and should have a little more done. I don't know how much they'll be able to get done in a week, but something hopefully. Hopefully the well guy shows up and I get my swing hung. Those are my two priorities, swing and well. One may be slightly more important than the other, obviously the swing, but you know, I guess getting a well would be nice too. Alright guys, so that's our project update. I think we're gonna head back in, grab some dinner, and continue on with our week. Unfortunately, it is not Friday night. And that was a good day. Good day. This is Misha. Catch you very soon. Next time. Hi, Misha here, and this is probably the penultimate cabin project progress video. 4th of July. Well, not weekend because it's the middle of the week. It's actually July 3rd as I record this first part. But even though we were just out a week and a half, there's some progress made. And we're coming up to the home stretch. And it is freaking hot out here. But luckily, the central heat and air The heat, yeah, we want the heat is on. And it feels
Yeah,
good.
heat on if you want.
We could. There was that whistle up there on the vent we were both pointing out, but it's probably just some plastic or something stuck on. I mean, they're still painting, or they were. It's dried now. So
I can't tell if I've just started to tune it out or if it's improved.
it sounds the same. But honestly, unless you're right under it here, it's once you go, it's very directional. It's like straight down. But no, oh no, yeah, the AC guy, he was all about those vents not being installed. He's like, I'll come to. I was like, don't worry, John, we can handle that. But he felt so bad that one little piece of the job wasn't done. But of course, he couldn't do it because they were still doing their ceiling at that point. So yeah, gonna be out here a few days. I was going to pick up an ice chest because I brought some, pork chops and sausage and a salad. But I realized something. Somewhere between the last time I bought a ice chest, which was a long time ago, and now, they got expensive. I literally got a little mini fridge here for less than what an ice chest costs. And I'm not talking like Bass Pro, I'm talking like Home Depot, Lowe's. They had a little bit bigger ones, but the car we were getting in was a little small, so that's kind of fun. That's where the normal fridge will go. So, I don't know if you can see the paint color. J-Ro picked it out, so if it's good, I'll take credit. If it's bad, you blame him.
Well, there's no paint color where you were looking just now, but you'll see it in the bedrooms.
Yeah. Go to this one. It should get a little more light.
No, there's no paint
Oh,
here either.
sorry.
This is where all the hardwood's going to go.
Kind of got turned around. Normally I'd have my cane in my hand, but camera instead. Yeah, it was kind of bright in here, but I think the sun is not setting. We still have a couple hours left, but it goes behind the trees. But especially in the winter, the power sockets are done, but need to be trimmed out. As I said earlier, we decided not to go with closets. Instead, we're going to just do wardrobes. Bathroom, we've got a little progress. Again, I know you can't see it. Toilet, it's finally in. They even made toilets fancy now. It's got 2 buttons. Shower. Still trying to pick a sink. We're tight in here. We'll make it work, but it was either go for a smallish bathroom, but have an extra foot on each bedroom, or pull out the walls, but I decided this was better. It's a bathroom. I mean, it's a bathroom in a cabin. What we're going to do is pretty much just do a sink and then just do lots of vertical shelving, especially on this side here, to make up for the storage. I mean, it's not super tight or anything. Still a full-size shower. I didn't really want to do a bathtub. It didn't seem worthwhile, but I mean, it's fine. It's fine. We're all fine here. And of course, my stuff. Still have a cot. Haven't bought a bed yet, but need to get the final the floors in. The doors to the bedroom will be neat, but I'll explain that when we get to it. That's pretty much it. Of course, we got a decent attic space. If you saw the older videos, there's quite a bit of storage up there. We did put a floor in, nothing fancy, just kind of, plywood. This wall is going to be kind of the coat wall over here, this little nook. Yep. Outdoors. We will put a screen door here, nothing fancy, but something that when it's not 98% humidity and 100 degrees, we'll let the nice air in. But screw that for now.
Yeah, it's not so nice.
perfectly fine in here. Hey, this is the most comfortable we've ever been on a shooting trip.
That's probably true.
And if it's really super hot out, we just open this here window up and we shoot out this window.
That won't be loud.
Nah. The roof is metal. It's a nice, cozy little cabin. Oh yeah, the internet's hooked up too, so that's nice. Yeah, I didn't really see a reason to go huge. We very well will probably add on over where J-Ro's at on that wall there. We've already kind of got it stubbed out and everything where we can. It just didn't seem worth it now. It's actually kind of nostalgia for me. I think my first apartment was 720 square feet inside.
Man, for 720, this is quite spacious. There's not very much wasted floor space at all.
That was what we were going for. Like I was telling them about not doing closets and not really giving a lot over to the bathroom. I know it's, you know, tight, but I think having bigger bedrooms people are going to appreciate.
Oh, for sure.
And, you know, having just a little bit of a hallway just to give that feel of separation. But other than this, and this is really useful for, you know, the control for the AC in the attic hatch and just that small amount of space. But of course, too, you've almost got as much deck space outside as you do floor space inside.
Yeah, I think the deck really does a lot to, well, I mean, it does literally expand the floor space, but it's a big deck. That does a lot.
Yeah, if you count the deck, it's right at about 1,200 square feet total that it takes up on the ground. So, which was about the size of my first townhouse. But, I mean, why do you come out to the mountains, the countryside, to be indoors? Although we do plan to actually do a lot of work out here, so then we'll probably be in more. We did get the hooks for the swing put up, but we're actually having a hard time finding a swing, but we'll find one. Don't you worry. So yeah, we just got out here a couple hours ago. Gonna finish unpacking and setting up, maybe shoot a gun or two, eat a bite, and see where the evening takes us. Alrighty, J-Ro just left out. So this is where the kind of project turns into my first multi-day stay here. If anyone followed back then, during the eclipse, I spent the night here one night, and it was in the dry. The roof was on, but no walls, windows were in, so it was, yeah, completely closed up, but no amenities aside from a temporary electric running through the hole in the door. So even though we have a lot left to do, you know, the floors, of course, that's the final thing, and the baseboards, and where you see exposed wall there is where more wood paneling is going to go. And we need the bar put in, the counters. It seems like a lot, but it really isn't, because this is all, you know, hand cut. All the boards and stuff had to be cut, fitted. That stuff is mostly prefab to one degree or another. So, well, we definitely have time. A lot of the stuff is going to become more and more cosmetic, so not really affecting livability. Right now, because of the hot summer, the air conditioner, that's critical. The internet, that's also critical, just because, yeah. Not having a bed, you know, who cares? Not having a laundry room set up yet, it's alright. The one big thing is waiting on the well. We've had a whole thing with the well digger, and really, really hoping he shows up soon. If he will do his part, we can get this. I mean, the plumbing's already in. Like, it's so far as it goes, the toilet does work. Let me try to get around. Welcome to my life, guys. But anyway, sorry, I've been out in the heat. We did do a little shooting, and try out that, but it is very gross, as I called in the main video. It's stickly. It's just so very hot and humid. Now, luckily out here in the mountains, it usually comes a breeze, and they're saying it's going to be a cool front. We'll see. So as I was saying about the bathroom, everything's plumbed. Like, the drain works in the shower. Of course, no water. The toilet works. It's even got water in it. So that's what we're doing. Just fill up the tank back here. And so, at least you have a flushing toilet. So that's really, I think, the only amenity I'm going to miss is the shower. But the air conditioner really does help a lot. I'm already feeling a lot better. But it may be sponge baths for a bit. And then, honestly, getting furniture, that's more fun. I mean, we'll probably spread it out because of cost. But for right now, I've got the 2 cots, the 2 camp beds, 1 for each room. And honestly, just having that 1 folding table makes all the difference in the world. When I was out here in April, I noticed just not having a table mattered. Something, a surface. And also not having a trash can. The trash bag's fine, but it doesn't hold shape. So I actually brought a little trash can and a big one just to have that. Little things you don't think of until you don't have them. But, no, I'm quite happy with the size. It is big enough, but it doesn't feel gargantuan, you know. Oh, alright, well, I'm gonna cool off and think about dinner. One negative, and it's not the cabin's fault, but my old phone, which is only 2021, even though it can hook up to the Wi-Fi, it's not capable of doing Wi-Fi calls. So I have internet, but I can't call from my phone, so hop on to Google Voice. And I've been wanting to upgrade my phone anyway. It's literally 3 years old and counting. And the phone actually still works fine. But the battery, because I use it every day and have to charge it frequently, it went from where I only had to charge it every 4 or 5 days to 3, 4, 2, 3, and now it's a daily charge. So that, plus not being phone Wi-Fi compatible, yeah, probably about time. Oh well, we'll see how that goes. For you, it'll just be a few seconds. For me, a couple hours probably. And now it turns into a black box video. No, I've been taking it easy the last couple hours. I ate a bite. Internet's working well. Kind of getting used to the noises. It just takes me time to get acclimated to a place, and with the walls up, I can start, but won't really be able to get dialed in until not only the walls are finished, but the furniture comes in. It actually gives me an idea of what kind of furniture I would like, you know, where to place it, where it in the way. Yeah, it's funny, I open the doors and I keep thinking to check for cats running out, which is not yet a problem, although I will bring at least 1 or 2 out with me usually once all the amenities are in, including screen doors. Just been sitting out here. There's a nice breeze. I just felt the breeze coming when I moved around the corner. Kind of comes off that mountain there. I was taking a whiz off here a little while ago, and a big buzzy thing that sounded suspiciously like a wasp or a hornet was really nearby. And I thought, well, if I leave him alone, he'll leave me alone. I decided to go try the new toilet out instead inside. I did not want to be stung, especially in any position, but especially in a compromising one like that. That'd be just my luck to get stung on the dick. And kind of the backyard area. Still very muggy. Hopefully the heat breaks. It should. We're getting past on here. Probably not much for you to see, but you know what? Welcome to my life. Out here at night, it's all noise, which is what works well for me. Where the mountains are here, there's actually a air lane that kind of crosses over, so you do hear them. Of course, that's a helicopter. Yep. And should be getting back to the porch pretty soon. Yep. Like I said, it just takes me time. No, I don't count steps or anything. As one blind person told me when I was a teenager, is if you try to count steps, you'll fall on your damn ass. I think some part of our subconscious does, but you know, each step can be slightly different length, even with the same person, so yep. But you kind of get a feel for where things are. A lot happens kind of under the hood for us humans. And back door again. Or north door. Where do you want to go? I mean, this place is already pretty good to me. And I can't wait till I have everything in. It's going to be downright comfortable. But yeah, the air conditioner is working well. Working well. I was thinking about doing a live stream tonight. Maybe I'll do that. See how the internet does with that. What do you think? Alright guys. Actually July 4, towards the evening. Didn't have a chance to video any today because I was out with family, and there were quite a few of the kids around, and it's always been a policy of mine to not video when the kids are around. I just don't, I don't think that needs to be out on the interweb. But, as much as I do make videos, I don't really feel like I have to do every single thing in life for posterity. So maybe just got you shooting off fireworks. I'm just sitting down relaxing. The rain came a bit ago, and there was even a little bit of thunder. I think a big bug. This, there we go. This sounds nice, having the metal roof with the rain hitting it. Right now it's just the little drops, but when it was coming down steadily, it was a very, very relaxing, very soothing sound, at least to my opinion. Of course, we have the old Arkansas cicadas. It's still a hot one. Summer seems to be here. But this is why I like having a cabin versus camping when the storms and rain come up. I don't like getting wet and then dirty and sticky and icky. Even though I don't have a shower ready here yet. I mean, I technically do have a shower, just no water. So I went and took one earlier this evening at a member's house. Well, cabin / house. So that was good. But yeah, not a whole lot to say. Pretty busy day, but also pretty not busy, if that makes sense. Kind of a lot of going around and sitting and being outside. Pretty tired, honestly. It's amazing how just tiring being outdoors in the sun. Didn't go swimming, but did stand in the creek for a bit. So I guess that's good. Dinner and fireworks and all that stuff. But yeah, this is kind of porch life. Don't believe, yeah, I think the last time I spent a night here, which was back in April, the porch roof wasn't on yet, so glad we have a roof now. I do like the sound of thunder, I always have. Pretty cool. So how did everyone else's 4th of July go? I'll probably stay out one more day, head in for the weekend. I'll be honest, I don't really want to. Just soon stay out here. But it's not quite fully livable yet. Again, if I had running water, it would help. The trim work and stuff not being done, the cabinets not being in, that's fine. It's not a big thing. But yeah, eventually you do want to sink, and I do need to have a place to cook. But oh, what a difference air conditioning and internet makes. I did manage to set up Google Voice, since I had to verify my actual phone, which doesn't work down here, and doesn't want to sign on to, it'll sign on to the Wi-Fi, but it won't do the voice calling. Went up on top of a mountain where I could get a signal, had the message, the pin synced to the phone, and then got it into Google Voice, and got it verified at least. So that's nice. Basically just kind of working out things like that, figuring out things I need. Not sure how much I'll be out here in July and August, because those are the hot months, but we'll see. Getting really close to the end. So, fingers crossed we can get across the goal line. Yeah, that's what's going on 4th of July evening. Hope everyone else had a good Independence Day as well. Seems like it might be setting into rain for a while. I really like this rain, gentle thunderstorm in the mountains. It's kind of one of those parts of life that can't be beat. Yeah. There are places that kind of do it for you. Yeah, it's coming down pretty steady and good now. I'm not gonna say it's sit in for the whole night, but I think it's here to stay for a while. Yeah, but call me crazy. I like this sound. That said, I'm really glad I made the porch about 8 feet deep. You get much skinnier than that, and the wind can really blow the rain down pretty good. Yeah, I'm sitting about 2/3 of the way in, and no troubles at all getting wet. At least it's starting to cool off a bit, relatively speaking. Well, I'll move to the north side of the porch. The rain has stopped finally. Had actually a decent little rain. Just kind of dripping off the trees now. It did at least cool off somewhat. And did break the humidity a bit, so that's good. The only bad thing is I was just outside sitting on the swing before this started, and really would have preferred that as opposed to being on the deck, but oh well. Next time. Yeah, not a whole lot to say. Then again, I think I got way too much sun today. My brain feels like it's a cooked egg. You ever done that? Yeah. Well, I would have recorded the morning as I got up, but I'm not a morning person. But it's midday on the third day being out here. And we had a bit of a cool front roll through last night with the storms. It didn't die down. I thought it would, but another wave of thunder and lightning came through later. But I was already in bed by that point, or I would have recorded it for you, because you care. But it's already cooled off today, and it's supposed to get cooler even tonight. But I think I better head in. I really did consider staying one more night. In other circumstances, I would. But there are some things back home that I need to address. Okay, I'll be honest, it's just my cat. I need to get back to Peanut. But, yeah, of course, the days when I leave is when it gets nice. But I'm not leaving for a little bit longer. But yeah, it's already cooling quite well out here. I really did like the sound of that rain on the roof. We are going to put rails here. The reason we haven't put them up yet, it makes building easier. Just, you know, hoist stuff on the deck. And I get that. Even just offloading the guns just is easier. I almost thought about not putting a rail, but nah, I think I will. What we're going to do is rail there, of course, that side up through here. And then come to this corner here and rail around the corner, and then rail to this first post, and then stop and leave this open here for shooting. And just frankly, the ground is really close there, and because what we were wanting, I thought about doing, we've got the little stoop. It's not even really a step, but a stoop over there. And a couple of folks suggested, why not put a third hopping off point here, just, you know, so you can get to the deck anywhere from the yard. My problem with that, for me personally, I was concerned about walking along the side and just kind of knocking against the little stoop here. Nothing major, nothing critical, but just constantly banging into it. Also, like with a lawnmower and stuff, you'd have to kind of go zoop. So I thought, well, why don't we just, you know, rail it to here, and then that way you can just step up here if you don't want to go around there. Seemed like a good compromise, and that way there's no part of the deck that's really off the ground enough, more than a step that'll get you. It's little things like that that have been fun designing this. Can you understand why I don't really feel like going home? Yeah. And I really like my backyard too. And my swing. And that's a nice place to go in the evening. Originally they were going to put the AC unit out here, which is a normal place, but again, with me being me, I knew I'd kind of just bonk into it over the corner. Again, nothing to hurt, but I thought, you know, there's plumbing and connections over here where the bathroom's at. What if we kind of just put it center over here, because I won't really be following the house that far. And we did. So I would have put it on the far end, except logistically it wouldn't work. Plus we want to add on down there later, and then it would be right under that was another reason too. I didn't want the unit, even though it's actually quite quiet, directly under the windows, because my thought was if you have the windows open and you just want to run the compressor, you know, just the fan, you'd hear it. So I try to put it as out of the way as possible. I feel like it was a good call, but you know, who knows. This is my first building of a house, or at least, you know, funding such projects. So yeah, third day here, about midday. And now from the backyard. I was testing and trying out Wi-Fi, Bluetooth signals. I think my builder screwed up. I think he made the walls too solid and too insulated. Nah, it's fine. It's just, yeah. They do block. The Wi-Fi internet, though, like if you bring your laptop out, it reaches the entire yard and actually even across the road. So, good range there. It's mounted pretty clear, and it's mounted to an outside wall. That was my intention. But typically what I like to do is just have my wireless Bluetooth headphones and wireless keyboard. That way I don't have to bring the laptop. Unfortunately, I do need a full keyboard to really use my TTS, my speech program, effectively. I can use the laptop keyboard, but it's very cumbersome because I need a full number pad, numpad, and numlock and all that. And so, yeah, I just use a Wi-Fi keyboard. It's so much easier. And hell, it's not like I need the screen or a mouse or even the touchpad. So, yeah, all I need is the keyboard and headphones. So, some good, some bad, but typically I like to just go out in the yard with keyboard and headphones. And it mostly reaches. The headphones reach no problemo. Keyboard's a little spotty. I might get a slightly nicer one. The one I've got with me is more my travel keyboard, so I bought it for more being small-sized than effective. So I'll probably just get a larger, better range keyboard that I can just leave out here and plug in. We'll probably leave quite a bit of electronics out. I brought out a load of stuff this time. As you saw, I've had the cot and everything here for a while. Brought out a folding table, little mini fridge, and a few other bibs and bobs. But I figure every time I come out, I'll just fill up J-Ro's trunk, or whoever I'm with, trunk with whatever I can, and just kind of slowly move in. I talked to the builder, and he said it's not a problem at all. I said, well, do you want to wait till you get the flooring done? He said, no. I said, well, just move my stuff around as you need, and of course you can always take my stuff out to the Connex container if and we need to. But yeah, the place is definitely well insulated, even though it was smoking hot and very humid. the humidity inside was low, and the air conditioner wasn't running non-stop, which is good. But as I said earlier, today it's cooling off, and tonight it's supposed to get really cool. So yeah, the nice backyard, but it's pretty shady, and it just gets shadier as the day goes on. I really don't want to go home. So, a few final clips before I head out. For one, my chair, which is a collapsing rocking chair we took to the river yesterday, and it has some river sand in the rocky bits, so I'm going to have to hose that out with something. Oh well, it's not too bad. As I said earlier, there's kind of an air lane that goes over these mountains. It's not bad. There's actually quite a bit of recreational flying that happens, you know, lightweight, ultralights, what have you. But no, it's not a bad afternoon. It's actually reasonably not hot. I won't say cool, but not hot. And the sun is kind of behind some thin clouds, so it's a little hazy, not beating down directly. And again, the yard is pretty open in the front, but pretty shade covered behind. And the nice thing is, because it is pine tree, at least some pines here, we'll have some shrubbery all year round. But no, you know, I was concerned about not having water, aside from in jugs for, you know, flushing the toilet and whatnot. You know, I noticed it, but not as big of a deal. I went to a family member's place to shower yesterday, kind of used the dry shampoo intermittently, and, you know, clean wipes and that kind of thing. So I call it an astronaut shower. It's more effective than you'd think. I don't know if I'd want to try to do that when I was really, really grimy, dirty, but when it's just kind of getting sweat and stuff off, it looks better than you'd think. My cot was reasonably comfortable, and yeah, I just kind of used a camp blanket and slept on top of my sleeping bag. It was a little warm to sleep in it, but yep, the storm coming through last night was pretty nice. You can always tell after about the 4th of July when the cicadas sound changes, and I think of it as kind of the dry weather sound. But one update, I mentioned the well guy periodically throughout these videos. Just now we had a text from him saying that he would be here next week. Turns out the well he was doing before me, the first time he drilled it, he broke his bit, so he had to replace it. And then that well, I'm not sure if it was dry or they didn't like its location, so they basically made him drill a second well, and he hit rock again and broke his bit again, so he's replacing it. And then supposed to be out here, knock on wood. As I record this section, it's late Friday, and he's supposed to be out by this time next week. Maybe earlier if things go smoother, but hopefully, crossing fingers. If we can get that one obstacle out of the way, I'll feel really good. It's just how it goes. I'm hoping, since there's a little creek right behind me and there's a bigger river across the street, I'm hoping the water table isn't too bad, and also I'm hoping we don't run into old creek rock under the ground. So what can you do? Just have to hope and see how it goes. I will say the neighbors around me all have perfectly good wells that give over 20 gallons, so crossing fingers, we get that knocked out, then we're hopefully home free. Well, except for paying for things. Yep, the money thing has been definitely a layout. Even though I knew, I wish it didn't come at kind of the dead part of the year, business-wise. But, oh well, I will figure ways. And I have been listing some personal guns online to sell last month or so, and also what I consider sticker backers. Let's say there's one good import batch of, I don't know, and I get 6 of them. I'll sell 5, but I might stick one back till they're no longer available, knowing that, you know, once they go out of stock, they'll be worth more. That worked really well recently for the FB Radom mini burial pistols. Last year, no one wanted them for $9.99 retail, not even dealer cost. And then when they disappeared, bids would go to $1,200, $1,400. So I luckily have stuck some of those back. It really was a good thing 10 years ago, totally by accident, with the Russian Izhmash SGLs. I just happened to have a few. In fact, at that time, FIME/Arsenal had them and was really wanting dealers to buy them. It was kind of a slow time of year. And so I did. I bought a few and sold through most of them, but I had, I think, 2 or 3 stuck back. And then the ban happened in June of 2014, and that was a good gun to have, for sure. So sometimes it's very intentional, like with the burial pistol, because I knew that was going to happen. I just think it's a really good gun. And sometimes it's completely dumb luck by accident, or in my case, blind luck, I guess you would say.
I hardly recognize him now that he cut his hair and shaved his beard.
He had a beard? And here we are again, not too long after last time, but we need to figure out some door things. And also air conditioning is nice.
Let's just hear for right now.
Yeah, at least we're actually starting to have a kitchen.
Yep. That bar top right there, it gets cut down and it gets installed from all the way back here out, a little overhang with a little curve like that, and this will overhang about like that, so you can sit here with some more tools right there.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, man. This is where the stove will go, right here. Dishwasher right here. And sink.
Sink, water. Haha.
Still nice and cedary.
Yeah, it does. You check out the windows and all that kind of stuff. Or did you see that the trim out last time you were here? I can't remember.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's all done. We got to do the baseboard once the floor is down, and then we'll run the pieces on the corners from there. Got all your HVAC vents installed. That's done.
I'm sure John's relieved. He was. I'm not even making a joke. He was very worried about that. I think is there any professional just wants a job done and.
Yeah, he does.
I was like, nah, I get it done.
Match the other 2 doors we put in, even though they don't match. It's pretty good. Oh, there's a ladder right there.
Ah, I was testing it. It's solid.
I guess ladder is the way the attic access is going to have to go.
What's that?
Yeah. Oh, he's talking about a ladder.
On the attic thing, is it going to have one of those built-in ladders?
No,
or?
it's just that there wasn't enough room right here.
Gotcha.
Unless you get one of the, they do have them that are like an accordion thing.
Nah,
now
I'm getting a rope.
Getting a rope, yeah.
You're getting a rope.
All right.
Like the end of Batman where Joker's hanging on the helicopter. Yeah, like
You're right, you can get a rope ladder, it'll be fine.
Probably need to figure out something, but we'll get there.
Yeah, I just get the ladder out whenever I do mine.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure out something. Jero and the builder left. My brother popped by for a minute, and actually the well guy popped by. He's been out a time or 2 before, but that's the first time I met him. As you know, I kind of figured it wasn't him being slow, it's just the previous well he was digging on gave lots of trouble, hit rock, broke 3 bits, was deeper than expected, didn't get water, but now he's got water, and he's supposed to be back out tomorrow and hopefully done digging the hole by this time next week. Not a huge update. I said last time was kind of the penultimate update. And yeah, mostly just the trim. Kind of starting in on the kitchen. It'll be sufficient. It's actually deeper than I thought it would be there. The bar is a little shorter than I kind of envisioned, but you know, I'd rather have an ample walkway without getting in the way. Plus, it will come out a little more. And truth be told, I probably won't eat there much. It'll probably end up being more of a serving area than a bar where you eat. Hot water tank. Pretty much just lacking the floor and getting the doors actually hung. And something I found hilarious, yeah, getting the lights. The lights. Pretty much my builder did everything except we agreed when it came to electricity. Yeah, get someone licensed, certified, someone the insurance company would like. Not sure how much daylight we have left. It's about 30 or 6 now. Kind of intentionally took my watch off. Door. These are the doors from the original cabin. It'll become the bedroom doors. This is the one he made to match to go for the bathroom. Yeah, definitely this is the spot I've spent the least amount of time in. Even though it's an identical bedroom, just good windowsill. Not huge, but enough room you can set a charging phone or maybe a book on there. That ladder is still there. I'm definitely glad I installed the second window. Originally, the plans just kind of called for one window per bedroom. But I have my own aesthetics. People seem to like the color I picked, which is, I know it's hilarious and ironic, but yeah. Even got my first splinter earlier. Air conditioner works very well. So, probably the next video, we'll do more of this one or additional videos, because I'm going to be here for a few days. But next video will probably be the walkthrough. You know, minor things, corrections, and then we'll move in the furniture. And since the well guy did show up today, that was my biggest concern. I know, you know, don't count your chickens to your eggs hatch and all that stuff, but yeah, he was here. I liked him. He seemed reasonable sort. So with that, I like my choice in countertops. This kind of butchery block stuff. Simple, but effective. Don't want to go too posh out here. Just doesn't fit the rustic vibe. Yeah. A lot of people seem to like the size. I mentioned it before, but it's about the size of my first real apartment. And you come out here, you're mostly going to be spending time outdoors. In here is just for the necessities of life or cooking, that kind of thing. It's not too bad outside. It's warmer than it was. Of course, last week was perfect weather and I couldn't come out. I barely came out this week. My wife reminded me that we have so much work that needs doing, but I was like, I need to be here. As it turns out, it was good. I was here to catch the well man. With that, I think I'll finish unpacking, getting my stuff arranged, and then set to work fixing some dinner. Luckily in this heat, something cold, sausage and salad maybe, will do just fine. Next day, after lunch, and yeah, day 2. Day 1 night is interesting, hence its own black box video, but today it's done a lot better. I'll do it on an update video because this is the cabin project about the construction, so I want to kind of keep these videos focused on that. Nothing new outside, but once they're done sawing, cutting, hammering, we'll see what progress they've done in another day's worth of work. This is Friday, so it'll be the last work day of the week. No reason to work on Saturdays. We're not in that kind of hurry around here. It's already livable. But, yeah. Check back in a minute. Alright. This is actually the late morning of the 3rd day. Kind of ran out of time and light yesterday. Figured if I was going to record a video in here, you guys would actually want to see some things. And, yeah. Ironically, one of the very last things is those light fixtures. So, yesterday, today's a weekend day, so nothing. It was pretty much about getting the kitchen counters, all that set up here. Went with kind of butcher block wood top. It's actually cheaper than Formica, which is, I think it matches the cabin aesthetic better. Oak cabinets, you saw them before, at least partially. They're in now. We'll put some more old barn wood under here. So not a big kitchen, but big enough for me, I think. That way I can work around. You know, gotta have workspace everywhere. Stove goes here, just a basic 4 burner. And the dishwasher, kind of had to just squeeze it in down here. It'll be fine. Sink will go here, and no, we're not trying to advertise Sonic. That's just the guy's cups from yesterday. Yeah, well, I told him, hey, pick up anything you don't want in the video. And the counter ends here. And then this gap here is where the refrigerator goes. And then have this little wall. I bet if I open the door, it'll be a little more visible. Sorry guys if I'm sniffing a bit. Thought it'd be nice to kind of come in. Got this little, just kind of multi-purpose shelf up here, about a ½ foot deep, but braced so we can, you know, put stuff on it. Put this here. We're gonna put 5 hooks for coats or whatever in kind of a zigzag pattern, like that. And that way you can hang coats. And I wanted to put kind of wood like this as opposed to drywall in case, you know, the coats are wet or, you know, otherwise, and then push it out from the wall a bit so they're not hanging directly against it. And I might put a little nook down there for boots and shoes. I just want to get the fridge in first to make sure there's enough clearance so you can comfortably walk between the fridge and that without banging. So, did that. By the way, we'll be painting the doors next week because there's primer coat right this second. The washer dryer unit will go right here. Breaker box. Well, he finally convinced me. I was wanting to hinge the bathroom door inwards so it wouldn't stick out, but it's only 2 feet 24 inches. And if you hinge it this way, if it's open, it doesn't preclude the door too much. And these are the old doors in here, the 2 of them from the old cabin, and then there's one door that he made new to kind of match, and that'll be the bathroom. So once it's all done, there'll be 3 wood doors here. As you can see, the door frames are in. And since those are old, thin, I think they're 3/4 inch thin. They were put together by my dad. And so the framing has been a little bit customized, but oh wow. Doing the shower, I didn't want a big step, so picked one you just barely have to get up and over into. But it's a nice big shower with, you know, shelving for things. Yes, the toilet does work. And it even has 2 buttons. Just, you know, fill up these jugs with water and fill it up as needed. The well guy was out yesterday and the day before, and he's supposed to be out today, but running late. And he's projecting, you know, 1 or 2 small snags, but otherwise all goes well. Should be done mid next week with the well. So that's kind of the major thing we're held up by, but looks like he'll be finishing it up right about the time we're finishing this place up. That's why the next video will probably be the final walkthrough, where we can say it'll be, you know, 98% done. There's always those final pieces of trim, touch-up paint, you know, like putting knobs on these counters. Wanted to do kind of rustic and get everything to kind of match the hooks and put up curtain rods. But we're going to put in the flooring starting this coming Monday in a couple of days. Oops, sorry. And the electrician's coming to do the finishing out of the switches and installing the lights, because people need lights. So the progress in some ways seems slower, but in other ways more, because it's the detail work, like putting in the baseboards, but it's also what makes the place look, you know, finished out, you know. Oops, sorry guys. Well, my apologies, it was me that hit, not you. God damn it. Oh well. Yeah. Nope. It's fun, this stuff. Yeah, it's a hoot, me walking around an active construction zone. Yeah, it's about 11 o'clock now. Oh, we're gonna build custom desks in here, 4 foot, 4 foot, out of that same butcher block, and then use the old barn wood to make legs. But they're not gonna be built into the wall. They're just gonna be freestanding. That way I can move them to any corner in here, or someone else could if they needed to. I'll show you the floor and the walkthrough, but it'll be kind of wood aesthetic too. If you can't tell, that's kind of the theme, wood. Really only one of the few places I compromised on that was the ceiling, just because trying to make that all wood was gonna add a ton of money, and for no real purpose. I mean, it's not like I can see it. And I was actively cool with not putting wood walls in the bathroom. My only disappointment here, I wish there had been a way in this space to get a little window in just for some light and ventilation. I like those in bathrooms because it doesn't overlook the road or anything, but there just wasn't. And have a full-size shower. Even if you moved it over here and put the toilet over there, logistically it didn't give enough depth. Even if we moved the door kind of kitty corner, we tried it. Just nothing quite worked, so there you go. So with that, I thought having lighter walls would help this feel a little more open and airy and lit up even with the light off. And also, I wasn't sure how old wood would take all the steam, humidity from the shower. So better to go with, you know, the proper drywall stuff meant for a bathroom. The sink, since the door hinges out, we have a little more options. But I think what I want to do is a custom made vanity and kind of a longer, skinnier sink of metal. I think metal would actually, again, match the aesthetic quite nicely. So we're gonna go pick out a metal sink next week sometime. And also compromising in the bedrooms for the same reason. Again, just a little bit on the, we only had so much old wood to go around. And yes, this is my room, sorry, it's a little higgledy-piggledy, but I've been living in and out of it, also moving stuff as they were constructing, so it gets a little crazy. But I thought that would also make it a little more open and be maybe a better video area and certain lighting, especially this one towards the evening when the sun comes through. But I'm happy with it. By doing just the wood trim in here and frames, by saving wood there, I was able to have enough wood for this small hallway and the pretty much entire living room. Of course, kitchen, same dealio. Even though there's not much, wall really visible, I didn't know if I wanted like old wood right above a stove. That didn't seem good on either aesthetically or just like safety levels, sparks and everything. So yeah, we went with a modern wall in here behind the sink, just for being moisture. And you can see again the transition past the door. Kept this drywall just because simplicity, but then started the wood here again, wrapping around the utility. We're gonna do not the like Venetian style doors that hinge out, because when they're sticking out, we'll probably bump into them. Also, those always seem like they get off their tracks or get broken easily. So what we decided to do was make some classic wood like sliding doors, like 2 doors that you can slide to either side on a track, and that way they will never stick out and they can close, or you can leave one side open or the other, and I won't really run into them. So that's kind of our solution in here. So those doors will probably need to be custom made, or at least semi-custom made, but no problem. A saw and a little bit of sanding paper and some time, and anything can be custom. Wood's great to work with. Who doesn't like working some wood? So overall, I'm really happy with how the walls came out, and I've gotten a lot of compliments on the paint, a couple more since I did the video update last time, which I know is darkly funny. I'm much happier with this than the original motion, because the original proposal was to do like half and half, or maybe quarter and two, or excuse me, a third and 2/3, like have wood on the bottom up to the middle and then drywall wrapping around. I've seen that style in other houses before. I don't like it. I don't like split like that. It's just a personal taste thing. But we just didn't have enough wood. Even here we've had to compromise a little bit with some modern cedar and bits and bobs, but we try to save that for out of the way places. So we went all wood in there, compromising with pretty much trimmed out, but otherwise all drywall in here in the bathroom and the kitchen. That suits me better. That way you get a couple of different atmospheres. If you can't tell, I really do get into this stuff. I've really much enjoyed working with my contractor on this, who also has a YouTube channel and all that. We'll probably do a couple of videos together when we're done. But as he said, he's poured his heart and soul into this and took it, taking it serious. And I believe him. I've been out here several days when they're working, just kind of observing, and there's care and time put into it, which is why it's taken a little while. But also finances. I'm not doing this with the bank loans, so it's kind of a pay-as-you-go type thing. And that's worked out well, as I can give him a deposit to get more resources and hours, great. But sometimes things get a little skinny, but that gave him time to go back and work on other projects or take a vacation with family, all that good stuff. One day I might put in tile in front of the doors and like the little square area. Front door, back door, but right now this works. Sounds like I've got some company, so I'm gonna pause this and see who's out there. So there ends the walkthrough, but I think I got all the points. I'll have some final thoughts on the swing later on tonight. Anyway, we're gonna do some shooting now. Alright, ending in a black box here on the swing. Now back at home in town. Yeah, I kinda got company showing up there. 2 or 3 folks showed up back to back, so didn't really have time before I had to pack up and leave out that afternoon. I was actually hoping to stay a third night, but turns out it was just much more convenient to get a ride home Saturday evening than it would have been Sunday. Oh well. And this kind of concludes the penultimate, or well, really the final project update. But the next video will be essentially the completion walkthrough. So I can't remember what I said and didn't say, sorry if I'm repeating myself, but I mentioned, you know, the well guy was kind of my final obstacle, final worry. As it turns out, we actually knew each other, or at least were acquaintances years ago at the old gun shop, so that's nice. And he actually likes Swiss guns, so that's even better. And I did mention to him, you know, hey, if you'd like to be paid in part for your labor in guns, we can do that. So we'll see. So that day, well, he pulled up Thursday when I was there just to visit. Then Friday afternoon, he brought his equipment over, brought his truck over. And then Saturday, he came and set everything up to start drilling. It was supposed to rain Saturday. It really never did while I was there, but about every hour it would kind of cloud up. Even a couple of specks of rain would hit, but nothing. So I didn't really want to get started that day at all. I get it. So the plan is to start Monday drilling, and, you know, it's kind of in God's hands at that point. Where will we hit water? I know my family's land across the street is about 90 feet. On the other hand, it could be 300. Who knows? And of course, you don't know about rock. Out there, you have to worry about creek rock because right there. So he's there. I'm no longer really worried. Well, I have a well digger. I do. I'm hoping that he hits water within 100 feet's fine. You know, 120, 130, okay too. I'm hoping not past 150. I'm also really, really crossing my fingers that it's good water. By that I mean, you know, not contaminated with anything major. Obviously, you'll need some type of filtration system. Across the street there, my family has land. Basically, the water's good. Doesn't really need much than more of the basics. But my brother's up the road. He has a bit of sulfur and just soft water. It's perfectly safe to drink, but it has kind of an odd soapy feel and it doesn't taste the best even when it's filtered. So he has kind of a moderate level filtration system. And then a neighbor, non-related, but neighbor down the street, her place actually has some pretty not great water, lead and other contaminations, and if she wants to drink it or even use it for laundry, she has to use quite an expensive setup. So there you go. That's kind of the 3 general areas. Basically good to go. You know, a little bit of changing, or holy crap, run that thing through 8 filters. Who knows what I'll get? And of course, you also have to wonder how many gallons per minute you'll get. But I'm less worried about that because everyone near me there seems to get decent. But, you know, as long as I at least get 3 or 4 gallons, but most folks down there can get over 20. But we'll see. So that's that part. So what are the cabin plans? After the well is dug, we'll need to install the pump and build a little simple pump house. We're just doing, you know, just a small, essentially a tall doghouse type thing. And then of course run electric out to it and hook it up to the plumbing. Luckily the plumbing is already done at the cabin. Even the septic tank and the spillway and all that's done, and all that. So just, you know, inside that's done skis. And so I'll need to get the same electrician guy who did my air conditioner. He primarily does HVAC, but I asked, and he does do pump houses and filters and all that for water. So that's the deal there. Yeah, when it comes to electricity, you really need someone who's a practiced and licensed electrician. Also, the insurance companies really like that too. So progressing to the cabin, the game plan, and I'm sure this will get thrown off by a day or two because, you know, stuff happens. But Monday, preparing to install the floor. Tuesday, installing the floor. Need to purchase it and install it. Boom. Wednesday, preparing to pick up and maybe going ahead and picking up the appliances. I already picked them out and even gave deposits back in June. So we've got a simple 4-burner stove with oven. We've got relatively compact, but not the tiniest ever, dishwasher. But I mean, really basic is good. Plus, not knowing how much water I'm going to get, don't want to go overboard. And of course, sink for the kitchen, sink for the bathroom. We did work out the whole bathroom thing too with the doors, as I said, so no problem there. If you notice in the bathroom, the shower and the toilet are there. We had just held off on the sink till we could get the logistics worked out. Moving on, the hot water tank you saw is there, so just hook it up. The combination washer dryer, which actually I found at a really good price. I got one of the ones kind of meant for an apartment. I think it was 27 or 30 inches, so it's not the tiniest either. It's rated to do at least up to a queen size comforter and sheets. And I went with the vertically stacked ones just to save space in the utility closet. And yeah, there we go on that. And I also ordered not one but 2 talking Wi-Fi microwaves, because actually my one here in town is pretty much giving up the ghost. So I thought once I learn one, it'll be just as easy to replicate that usage on the other. And the price they had at the local store, it wasn't Lowe's or Home Depot, it's actually a local store that I've shopped at before called Tucker's. No, not that Tucker, just a different one. And they've always had good prices and really friendly people, and I really try to shop and support local whenever possible. Thursday is appliance installation. It's just hooking up plumbing and electric. I don't have any gas there. It's an all electric thing. That's actually kind of nice because the water's from a well. The only bill I'll get every month is electric bill. And the internet's even part of that, so all my stuff will just be in one bill. Might be a hefty bill come deep winter or hot summer, but at least I won't forget to pay it, I hope. So, flooring and that. Obviously hanging the doors, as I mentioned. And next we'll be doing like curtain rods and hooks and that kind of thing. You know, just little trim out type deals. Oh yeah, speaking of trim out, the other electrician, not the one I talked about doing the well house, but the other one that did the inside, is supposed to come out Monday and finish up with the activating all the electrical sockets and doing the light fixtures and whatnot. So that'll be inside and outside. Everything's already, you know, wired up. He just needs to finish the actual, you know, ends and bits. So a lot there to do, but a lot of it's just small little 10, 15, 20 minute jobs, and he should be able to wrap that up in one day, maybe 2 if he, you know, he comes out later. We've been kind of waiting on him, but you know, guys, in trade, you know, blue collar, it's kind of where it's at these days, folks. They're always in demand. They've always got work, which means they can always name their prices. That's what I was saying a couple of videos ago about the well digger, but it turns out it's all good there. And with that, about the only thing left to do is go ahead and put up the railing on the porch outside. As I've said earlier, we saved that to essentially last because just not having rails there made construction easier. You know, just putting stuff on and off the porch, you know, building materials. You saw the stacks of wood out front and everything. It just makes it easier. So that'll be the final step there. And with all that done, and this will probably happen after this next week, but painting the outside. Yeah, we're not going to leave it in the just raw natural wood. Part of it is the wood on the outside doesn't all match itself. Some's old, some's new. But mostly it's just to protect it and seal it up. Yeah, we could use like a clear coat, but it would not protect it as well as just a coat of paint. So we're going to do brown paint to try to match it. Still have some good grain in it, hopefully. And then, of course, also we will paint the front and back door. They have primer coat on them, but we're going with a slightly darker hue of green, kind of like the inside you saw there. Well, my wife picked out some light green curtains for the bedrooms, and I think I'll put blinds only over the sink window, because I don't know that curtains over a sink in a kitchen is a really great idea. It seems like they could get funky real quick. The living room windows, I may use the same green curtains. I did consider maybe using like a brown curtain though, just to break it up for the living room. I don't know. And that might make those more floor length versus just down to the windows. And that kind of stuff will happen quite a while. You know, I'll still have to populate it with furniture, get some beds, and there's always going to be little things. I did mention he is going to make me a couple of tables, one for each bedroom, work desk type things, and we'll make wardrobes about, 6-7 foot tall. The plan is to have one rack inside, you know, one piece to hang things on, and then 2 shelves below for socks, underwear, what have you. Nothing fancy, no drawers, just shelves on the bottom and racks up top. Of course, they'll have 2 hinge doors as well. So, and I went with wardrobes so that I could move them around and change them out, because again, if I had done closets, it would have complicated the rooms quite a bit, angles and everything. And I like the idea of being able to completely rearrange the rooms every 5 or 6 years. I tend to do that in my houses. It kind of makes everything feel fresh again, if that makes sense. In a perfect world, that would all get done this week. The original target day to be complete and do a walkthrough was August 1st. We're not going to make that, but we should have it done before August 8th, saying we don't hit anything. And I'm fine with that. I mean, you know how it goes. I'd rather do things right, and it'll take a little more time. For example, me deciding to use that old barn wood definitely slowed down things, because each board had to be cut to size, but it also had to be inspected and nails removed, and, you know, any dead, you know, not dead, but, you know, any bad places cut out. But trust me, it smells really nice in there too. So worth it. And I'm very happy with my counters. The the butcher block top, simple and effective, that kind of thing. Either way, that'll be the final walkthrough, make final payments, and then probably in September, if everyone can rest and, you know, who wants to work outside in August, then we will start working on the shooting range. And that'll just basically be, you know, putting posts in the ground for the targets, and just a little 8 by 16 foot structure, freestanding, with a metal roof and really no sides. Although I might put up like mosquito type netting on the sides just to kind of help with the buzzy things. Obviously putting it in the front wouldn't be very useful. But well, we'll see. You know, little details like that. But I see no reason to worry about doing that in the blooming heat. We can still shoot as it is out there. It'll just be more comfy when we have that all together. And we'll be using just kind of leftover scrap things. And there's a couple of, like the scaffolding he used to do the roof. I'm going to take part of it and repurpose it. And yeah, I also plan on finding a picnic table for the backyard and getting some more chairs for out there. And I'm gonna get a couple of wooden rocking chairs. I saw them at Home Depot and seem pretty slick. And that gets me to my final thing, and the most important thing. I got a swing. I found a wood swing, and it actually came in the day I came back, so wasn't in time for this trip, but I'll take it out next time. You know, I looked all around town, not just here, but in the next major city over. Looked and looked and looked. Amazon. I just went to Amazon. I should have done it from the get-go. Is it made in China? Yeah, but it's wood, so I'm not really worried about it. It's a solid wood. I think it's cedar swing. So yeah, and it's exactly the right size we needed for the hooks that we already put up. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to learn. Quit even trying to look local for that stuff if I don't immediately find it. I really still don't know why Home Depot, Lowe's, Cabela's, none of those just had wooden swings of any type. At the most, sometimes like Walmart, you'll see those metal framey swings, not the ones with, you know, no chain. I don't like those. I like swings. Classic look. So yeah, for those who care, the last building update. Next time we'll have a final walkthrough, but then after that I'm sure we'll do videos on furnishing it, making it livable, and then I'm just probably gonna do quite a few videos of kind of cabin, mountain, rural living, guys. This has been a major project for me. It's sometimes very daunting, sometimes extremely exciting, sometimes extremely stressful, sometimes extremely depressing when things were kind of going meh. In some ways, I never thought it would happen. It's still a little nuts that it finally did. I think because, you know, the first couple of contractors, well, one of them turned out to be a shyster completely, and the second guy, he wasn't a big picture guy. Like, I'm sure if you told him to build a room, he could do it, but when I was like, what's that going to cost, he couldn't see the big picture enough to give me an estimation, and I can't commit to a building project not knowing roughly how much it's going to cost us at the end. Another good thing is I feel like I've made a couple of good friends doing this, because we were kind of heading into town to get lunch on Friday, and the contractor and I pretty much had the same thought of, hey, once this is over, we don't want to just ditch each other and lose touch. Basically, A, we want to do future projects together, maybe building other cabins for like Airbnb, and B, just kind of be friends. He's also really big into YouTube and videoing. Maybe he'd like to help out on the main Mishaco channel, or I could help out on his, or whatever. I don't know. But I'd like to think maybe we made a good connection there, and yeah, and his workers, the two that I've met, really get on well, and both are gun guys, especially the second one who's out there now. Also a musician. I'd like to hear him play. And so, yeah, the idea is to kind of hopefully stay in touch. In fact, we're going to do a barbecue cookout, bringing the significant others to celebrate a job well done, probably on or around Labor Day. But I'm getting ahead of myself because we still have to do the final walkthrough and presentation, guys. So that'll probably be a video posted in 2 to 3 weeks, I bet you, whenever I get out there next. Hopefully by that point we have good water and I didn't have to drill to the center of the earth. Anyway, appreciate you hanging out with me. I'm gonna pack it in for the night, and hope everyone is doing well as we get into August of 2024. And we're here for the final update and, I guess, inauguration of the cabin. So we're gonna see what progress has been done and some final thoughts. Then at the end we're gonna put some furniture in. Yay! You know, I had a couple of quick updates in a row and haven't been out here in a while, so should have quite a bit to talk about. Well, it smells different in here.
Smells like wood, huh?
Floor's a lot more even. Alright guys, we're going to unpack. We got a lot to do, and then we'll go over what's been done and what still has a little bit left to do, but getting there pretty quick. And the builder just left. So this weekend will be mostly kind of cleaning up, getting his stuff out of here. You know, a few odds and ends. Need to still get one door to shut properly. Things like that. But the appliances are in. And what have you. We do have the curtain rods and everything bought. Just need to put them up. So it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Seems like a good day to do that. Then he wants to clean the walls. And the plan is that the furniture delivery people, yes, they deliver out here, will be here in 4 days. So yeah, over the next 4 days, going to be just kind of doing this and that. And yes, I will actually show you lights. I figure you guys do want lights. I don't know why. But yeah, considerable progress in my opinion since last we popped in. Alrighty, let's kind of start with the project. What's happened? This is actually the next day. I tried to do something last night, but I was dog tired and the place was a mess, so it's slightly better today. This is Friday afternoon, evening, Labor Day weekend. And about the only thing different out here, the backyard lights are installed. Moving around. On the porch lights, we actually needed 5, 2 for this side, and the store only had 4 originally. We actually just got the 5th one to go right there, but hasn't been installed yet. But the 4th one's on over here. We're not doing a railing for this side because it just steps right off. That's fine. And we might shoot from here, but yeah, the railing will start about here and then wrap around. The reason we haven't put it up yet is for furniture delivery. Plus, it's just not that critical, frankly. Still a little bit of wood and stuff over here. Swing is up. Three lights on this side. And aside from just stuff, but of course we do have the handrails up for the steps over here. And I personally like the call to put the door on the end because it really just frees stuff up inside. Being in the very corner. Yeah, now like I said, it's a little still messy from just everything, and the furniture people will be coming as I record this in, well, 3 days or less. So there's that. But hey, we have light now. First, put one right by the door. Just to, flick on. Then we have the main one here. So some options there. And then secondary access over here in the hallway. I wanted to put it here so it's on the left hand. And then we have a light for the kitchen here. Actually, it's kind of a wraparound. Like I said, a little bit messy, sorry. Still in here. Still need to put a shelf up. We kind of wanted to see what we wanted to do after we were kind of working with it. Light over the sink, usual. Nothing exciting there. Light in the laundry room. And then this little area over here is kind of ended up quite interesting because I ended up getting a bigger fridge than I'd planned for. It was nice to have bigger. And it was a really good deal, good buy. So it's made this very tight in here. However, it's right on that line passing through when you get in here, where I'd say it's still like a nook or cozy. If it was just even a couple more inches, then it would be tight. But I can very conveniently walk through even with the camera held out. So it's a cabin. Get what you get. Put some hooks here for ear pro and whatnot. And then up above, right now it's holding some spices when I was cooking, but this is probably where I put a lot of this gun stuff. Probably put I don't know what I'm going to put here on this wall. It's kind of a blank wall, but then of course you got your outside door. Here, to where we were before, wrapping around. And of course it opens very well. Not going to hit anything. And this refrigerator opens fine too, even with quite a bit of little clearance. Ooh, that cold air feels really good on my feet. It's hot out. It's super hot for Labor Day weekend. It is toasty. Yep. Fun story about the refrigerator. It has been here a little while now, but no water because of the whole well thing. Well, we have water now. Hot and cold varieties. Nice pressure. We'll get to that in a bit. So I thought, okay, it's hooked up to the water. Kept trying to do water and ice, and it said error. Okay, no big deal. I thought maybe there was a protective film or something. Checked it, took out the filter, checked it. It didn't need anything removed. We even pulled away from the wall, unplugged it from the water line, checked the valve. That was fine. But it kept saying error. No jams, no nothing. I thought, it's got a computer inside. What's the oldest way to fix a computer? Turn it on and off, or off and on. So I just said, hey, let's unplug it, give it about 30, plug it back in. And it wasn't 2 seconds after it was plugged back in, you heard the water flowing, and we're good, I think, unless it broke again. Nope, it's working. Water on the floor. It's okay. I think what happened when it was first plugged in and it kept trying to get water and it wasn't hooked up, it tried, and then just canceled out, tried and failed. Either that or when we had those big storms last week and we lost power for a couple of days out here. I wasn't out here then, but maybe something goofed when it turned back on. I'm not sure. But we've got ice, we've got water, and I'm pretty pleased. Speaking of, before we move on, let me show you that well while we still have some daylight. Yeah, glad we didn't put a rail in. Just an easy step down here. And not too far from the water. And that's it. I'm not going to say it wasn't a bit to get it done. There just aren't that many guys with the know-how and the equipment to dig wells anymore. But I will say, once he got out here, he took care of it in a week or so and hit it on the first try on the hole. Only had to go down about 100 feet, which for out here in the mountains is about as good as you're going to get. And the pressure seems good. We're getting 7 to 8 gallons, good pressure, and the quality is seemingly quite good as well. And then the electrician had to come out and put in the submersible pump. And I warned him. I said, with my luck, something will go wrong. And he said, oh, it'll be fine. Don't be pessimistic. I was right, though. The shutoff switch, it worked, but it was defective. It wasn't shutting off properly or fully. So he tried to fix it. He ended up having to just get a second one and swap it out. And that was a brand new part. It wasn't refurbished, wasn't used. Just my luck to get a defective one. So I'm glad we actually had about a week and a half of time to get the water fully running, because I'm out here for a week and that would have sucked. But cross fingers, it'll keep on running. Of course, we're going to build a little, shack here, a little pump house for it for sure. But for right now, we're just happy to have this. But it's hot, so let's go back in. Decks, porches, they're great. air conditioner is great. The same gentleman who did my AC did this as well. So we've got a 3-way switch here, 2 outsides, the side and the back, and then, yep, for the kitchen. So 3-way there. Utility room. Got a standard hot water tank. Really happy I went with the stacked style. And this one's actually not your like tiny apartment style. It's kind of a mid size. It's a little bit smaller than normal, but bigger than your apartment. And then got our box and just enough room for some stuff. We are going to put sliding doors here because me and the like accordion French style doors, sorry guys, moving some sheets in, we don't get along. So yeah, there you have it. Let's go down the hallway. Honestly, didn't put a light in the hallway. I figured if we need to, we can put up something on the wall, but you've got the light from all this coming in. I mean, this is a small little hallway. And the attic space is up there, so it would have complicated things quite a bit. And here the hallway is with the doors shut up. These are the original cabin doors. Just so there's a piece of the original. And it took quite a bit of doing to get these to fit because these were just handmade doors that had suffered weather and decades of abuse. And then we made this. Oh, that's why it wasn't. I was like, why is it the towel? I didn't have a rack earlier. So we kind of made a door to fit, you know, just rusticy little things to get into the bedrooms. And of course, bedrooms. This is one. Not much to see right now, except my gun cases. And this has kind of been our de facto storage room. I have a chair at the moment. Oh well. We have the curtain rods and stuff purchased. We just haven't hung them yet. Probably going to go with the green. Not going to do blinds in here. In fact, the only place we're going to do blinds is the kitchen. Did put in a ceiling fan. Otherwise, it's just a room. And the other room is just where I've been sleeping. It's messy and stuff, so, yeah, you know, clothes and stuff out. But it looks identical. And it still has my cot, because the beds are coming, not Tuesday, but Monday. I actually put a little slider on the door so that you can latch the bathroom. Now this isn't quite fitting right. We're going to redo a few things, but we'll get it there where it'll work well. And with that, we'll kind of come on in to the bathroom, which is mostly complete. Now when we were kind of doing the floor plan, there were things I wanted and things I had to make sacrifices on. That's how space works in geometry and math. And I could have gone for a bigger bathroom, but it would have taken quite a few feet off the bedrooms and also had more wasted hallway space besides. So I thought, it's a cabin, let's just go with a very simple bathroom. Damn it, I toweled myself again. I was like, why is it? I know it doesn't strip perfectly yet, but it's fighting me more than usual. But you know, it latches quite well, which is, you know, bathroom. But kind of going for a rusticy look. I was actually okay not doing wood walls in here. I thought doing drywall would kind of open it up a little bit. I do regret that there just wasn't a way to put a window in here to make it more open, but again, this is just an area I was willing to make sacrifices. I wanted a shower with a door. I wanted it with a very small step, so not to trip over. Otherwise, it's just a shower, doing shower things. I mean, which is already better than what I've had every other visit out here, so. Nothing fancy. I mean, modern toilet. Yay, toilets. And the sink, I mean, it's pretty tight in here, but not egregiously so. I did my best to kind of lay it out efficiently. What we're going to do is we're going to just build out of wood, 6 or 8 inch deep cover with shelves to go over the toilet, and then it'll continue on this corner, so we'll be able to store towels and whatnot here. And going to put an old school medicine cabinet, again, not very deep, here with a mirror, and then a small kind of vanity light up there, and then gives us a little bit of area over here, probably for like a trash can or towel rack. Of course, this one's got one on it, but get a little extra space for hand towels. Not much. I mean, it's tight. The bathroom is the one area I needed it, of course, but you know, if something had to sacrifice space, if you're spending that much time in the bathroom, you're spending too much time in the bathroom. You're in the woods, so just be happy you have indoor plumbing. But it is nice to have, including, again, not just cold, but hot water. Yay. And again, the pressure here is pretty good. I'm still going to have this water tested, but we did the clear glass test earlier, and it wasn't cloudy, no sediment fell out, and even tasted fine, just kind of rolling around on your tongue. And actually last night I inadvertently cooked with it. I specifically brought a jug of just tap water from my house to cook with, you know, stuff in a pot, and set it out, had it ready to go, and then realized I just filled my pot with tap water from here. So I tried it out. I mean, for one thing, it was boiled, so, you know, what's the worst that can happen? But still, it's definitely got some throw to it, but it'll work. It'll wear in. I can always put some, I think it needs some maybe graphite. I think that'd be good. Again, the door is a little bit of a work in progress, but most importantly for a bathroom door, it can be safely and latched. What we're doing for these old doors from the cabin, we're just putting the old eye hooks so you can latch it from the inside. And I brought a few just cheap lamps from Amazon. Scatter them about. What have you. So that's really it, guys. The walk through the cabin. The big furniture will be coming, and then I'll see about little tables and stuff. Go from there. Everything's been tested, dishwasher included. Even have a garbage disposal. We're all fancy about here. And there were trials and tribulations, things not going right, things going surprisingly well. That's just life. But yeah, this evolved from a shooting shack, a shooting range, into just what was going to be like a one-room cheap place. I mean, it's still not huge, but it's huge enough. And it is nice that it's livable now. I mean, still a little devoid of stuff, but it's almost to the point of a new house when you'd move in. Whatnot. So what do you think? What decisions would you have done differently? Or what decisions do you think were a good idea? Let me know. And I'll probably do a black box real soon, just talking more about my thoughts about building this, what I've learned, unexpected detractions and positives to building, because this was just built from scratch. This place, guys, was hand built by 2, sometimes even just 1 guy. Blueprints, kinda, but not really. This was custom designed, essentially. I mean, it's even stick built up there. It doesn't really have manufactured trusses. Like I told you, the doors are recycled from the old cabin. The wood on the walls, except for some trim pieces and a few other things, it's actually recycled from an old barn that was, give or take, 100 years old. Still need to clean it a bit, but this is one of those cases where I think recycling is not only just positive, but actually attractive. It gives it character. And the floor, you know, here we go. Now the ceiling, I kind of went a little cheaper on. Would it have been cool to have like wood vaulted ceilings and all that? Yes. But as I told the contractor, I can't see it. If there's one thing that I wouldn't mind as much as if we cut some corners on the ceiling. And we did. We had to do that. Because money's not unlimited, especially in this day and time. Got a poop fan in here too, of course. I don't like it when they're automatically tied to the light. So you can have either or both. So what do you think, guys? Let me know. I think I'm gonna go make myself a salad for a light dinner, and got a friend popping out here sometime this evening. Be ready for him. Still got some boxes to unpack, more cleaning to do. But all in all, I'm pretty goddamn happy. So, hope you are too this Labor Day weekend. This is Misha. Catch you very soon next time. Well, it's early evening, Labor Day, and this will be my last night here on this nearly week-long stay. Went by very quickly. I was picked up Thursday morning about 9 a.m. and will be leaving Tuesday afternoon or early evening. So yeah, not quite a full week, but 6 days, 5 nights, not bad. And a heck of a lot less expensive than a cruise. So this will be part 2 of the Labor Day weekend cabin project. This will be episode 10, and effectively the final one. Kids were out yesterday and last night, and so put the hammock up. It was out in the yard, but came a rain, so porch it is. And the temperature has dropped quite a bit. Today's high was, mid 80s, and low last night and tonight it's supposed to be around 60. We made a note of a few little pieces of trim missing or needing a little attention, a vent or two, but for the most part the inspection went very smoothly. And while here, I've been using pretty much all the appliances, mostly the shower and the stove, and yeah, everything worked well. I plan on trying to do a load of laundry and some dishes tonight as I kind of pack things up. And, well, some furniture ended up being delivered. Nothing's ever simple, and everything's gone too smoothly. So we had to have at least one small hiccup, but we'll get to that as we go inside. But first, as it gets dark, I figured some might be interested in the outdoor lighting scheme. And here are the front porches lit up. 3 outdoor lights. Not too many, not too few, I think. I do recognize that folks usually like to see things. Although I will say this, they do attract the bugs. When they're off, far fewer bugs out here. But we've used them the last couple of nights as we've had company, and seem to work well enough and be bright enough for everyone to read and stuff. And that's the front. And a couple of lights for the back too. Tried to make them as kind of big and spotlighty as good, because figured folks might be out here. Got a burn thing. We probably would have done a bonfire last night, except everything was wet from the rain. But I bet come fall, we will. And next summer, this seems like a place we can set up. I've already got a table ready to go for out here. Still need to put the furniture and stuff out in the yard, but didn't spend as much time out here as I thought. But I've been kind of busy, and then I usually just been sitting on the front porch. But it's here, and I think it'll find a use in the back. As for the side, it's dark right now, but that's not the plan. This is where the one missing light was. They just didn't have enough outside lights. We did finally find it last week, but haven't had time to wire it up. So once it's done, there'll be 2 more of the same lights in the front on this side of the shorter porch. So this should be plenty well lit too. Like I said, I understand folks do need light, although sometimes I don't quite understand how or why. So with that, let's go inside and talk about the whole furniture situation. Sorry if the kitchen's a little dirty. Had guests over, we were cooking, and I don't have all the cleaning supplies. Actually, I don't have very many. Didn't expect to cook so much, but I can report that the sink and everything is draining fine. Fridge is keeping things nice and chilly. Oven works well. Really like this stove. It's a very simple stove, very cheap, but I like how it has these kind of turn off sensors in the middle. Yeah, I don't know. Haven't bought a stove in a long time. And most importantly, we've been using the Keurig and water. Even though several folks tell me the water is safe to drink, and I do believe them. I've got tap water from my townhouse, and I've got jugs of water, and I had bottled water. I'm going to use it if all things be the same. But I have been using the water from the tap for boiling, be it cooking or whatnot. So yeah, kitchen actually ended up seeing more use this week than I expected. And really the one thing I haven't unpacked is the microwave. Believe it or not, I actually don't cook much with microwaves. I do use them, but all things being equal, I'd rather use a stove, an oven, a grill. I don't know. I actually kind of enjoy cooking. I'm no gourmet chef, but you know, I can cook more than some. I like my drawers, but I realized I'm going to need to get dividers because these are just very wide, very deep drawers. I only have this one, smaller one here, and one here, which I originally didn't even notice. It's only 3. However, again, especially this one is the size of 2, maybe even 3 other drawers, and this one's at least a drawer and a half. So there's enough space, and the cabinets down below actually have shelving in them too. And one of the remaining things we have to do is mount a board up here as a shelf, and then up there I'm thinking, just to keep it from being a blank wall, maybe like some interesting bric-a-brac, you know, I don't know, memorabilia. You know, I don't mean exactly license plates or tin signs, but things like that. Maybe something more appropriate for me. You know, I don't know, but believe it or not, I actually do kind of like decorating. And here in a bit, we'll put the sliding doors in. Do that. So let's check out the living room now. So good news, bad news. The furniture delivery did come on time this morning. No misses. A problem I run into since I can't drive is people pull up and they don't see a car here and they think no one's home. But they didn't. Bad news is they only delivered about half or 2/3 of the stuff. Back order. It's a whole thing. My wife was not best pleased. But we'll get it straightened out. I don't remember if I showed you. I assembled these little floor stand lamps. Put one over in this corner. I thought it'd be good next to the bar. And of course, one over in that corner. The bows I recently picked up. And I still like flip phones. This will seem, it's actually quite wide as a bar. You got plenty of room. You're not going to push it off the edge. And once we get this refrigerator, this microwave off, it'll be better. And the router is actually, there's a hoot owl. Got a little spot under here. I don't know if you can see it, but there's this little nook. So we're going to make the router its own little nook under here where it's nice and out of the way. And we're debating if we just want to keep this open and maybe put in temporary shelving like those stackable units or put in some stuff. But it's a nice little deep nook there. It's definitely going to be useful for something. So speaking of the bar stool. Found this. Not only was it one of the cheaper stools they had, but it actually seems the exact right height for my particular bar. Nice, squared off wood look. No frills, no nothing, no adjustments. But this is sturdy. So I'm hoping it's not something that'll break easily. So good price and all that. The bad news is they only delivered one. I ordered two. Two were supposed to come. I don't know why. So we will have two there. But no, I really like that stool. I think it matches, and it really tucks up in there. It only sticks out just not even an inch. It's almost like it is made for this area. So I was quite happy when I found it. Unfortunately, one of the things that wasn't on the truck was the swiveling leather chair that was meant to go in here. And did pick up this little miniature hutch on clearance. And then this here couch, which is kind of the biggest purchase. And honestly, the first new couch I think I might have ever bought in my life. And certainly the most fancy couch I've ever had. Fox was sitting in the hammock chair. Yeah, let's turn on the main light. That might help you. I don't know. When it comes to light stuff, I'm kind of just guessing. Fans on. Where's the chain? There it is. It's actually cool enough tonight I don't need the fan on. It's probably 55 degrees out. Anyway, here's the leather couch. I'm debating what I want to do since there's a little more space. I think what I'm going to do is scoot it down a little bit and leave enough room before the hallway and put a couple of, skinny, small, maybe even like curved, triangular shaped end tables so folks have a place to set their drinks, computers, whatever. What do you think? Maybe get another little lamp to sit on the table. I don't know. But I did think it was kind of neat. It's something new, but it does have USB and USB-C plugins. Of course, it's powered. Yep. And there it is all the way out and back. Don't know if I'd want to sleep all night on it, but certainly is a kind of napping zone. You could do worse. And of course, the middle seat, I don't believe does anything. I thought it would be neat if this maybe folded down into like a drink holder, but it's not a huge couch. My wife didn't want to get a sectional. She was probably right, but there should be a leather chair coming, hopefully, if we get that straightened out. So I thought this would be enough seating. The 2 bar stools, a chair. If we need more, we can always buy it, but I didn't want to buy too much and kind of overwhelm, because I want to kind of keep this as an empty space. Last night when the kids were here, they were literally doing wheels in here, so it's the biggest room in the house for sure, and I thought it'd be a good place to record gun videos. That was kind of my deal, or just anything, and probably hang some kind of smart TV or at least computer monitor on this wall, and then put storage here for the outside chairs and tables, either like a little rack or a tote. And eventually, one day in the future, I left this wall kind of empty on this side and the other side, because if we do an add-on, we've already got a piece of land, little square out there. So if we ever want to add on to the cabin, we will cut a hole in the wall here and add on something. We even stubbed it out for plumbing and all that. But that's something for the far future. We will be painting this door kind of a semi-dark green. And eventually we'll probably clean these walls a bit more. I mean, it's just the old barn wood, but kind of just wash them down. But otherwise, the work part, and of course hanging the curtains, I'm thinking for these, the double window curtains, more or less hanging down to the floor. What do you think? And I might even do double curtains where there's an inner curtain that's kind of thin and lets light in, but you can't see through it, and then like almost like a blackout curtain. And family have suggested that kind of lighter green, almost white curtains in here. Probably something to kind of match the wall as it transitions from wood to the plaster in the kitchen. I didn't want an all wood kitchen. That just didn't seem smart with the stove and of course the moisture. We've already got the blinds purchased for the kitchen windows, so probably put those in tomorrow. That kind of stuff, it's small. It can be done in an afternoon very, very easily. So again, here is the little hallway nook. I like hallways, even if you just get a little one. Got our light switches here. It's a double switch. This is the other switch for the kitchen, so that way if you walk in, you can illuminate whichever part of the house you want. So we'll check out the rooms a bit. To our left is effectively the guest bedroom or secondary bedroom, although they're size-wise absolutely identical. I wanted that so one wasn't clearly better than the other, but this is the one I probably won't be sleeping in. And this was the back door for the original cabin. He did a good job of making these old knock-together doors that had been weathered and kicked around fit and latch very well. It was a challenge, too. Like I said, they delivered the mattresses and even part of the bed. So, yeah. Paint, blinds. And I stuck one lamp. That's another thing. This wasn't even the furniture company. This was Amazon. They were supposed to deliver 2 of these lamps, one for each bedroom. And when we went to unpack, there was only one, but it's bound to happen. Got 2 switches over here. One for the fan, one for the light here, one for the fan. I wanted to have separate just to make life easier. And this is that shade of green. People seem to be liking it. What do you think? So pretty bare right now, but it gives you a feel for the room. We do have this one chair. Actually, this is another one I picked up on clearance for a good price. It doesn't rock, unfortunately, but it actually reclines really far. It does almost go horizontal, and it's comfier than you'd think for an inexpensive chair. But I thought it'd be a good reading chair. So just the bedroom, pretty average size. I'm trying to think, what's that on the side there? It's about 12 by 12 before you take it into the walls. So 10 by 12, 11 by 11. You know, so it's average to slightly larger. It helps that there's no closet, but here are my plans. The bed, once they get us all the parts, will go against this wall. Plenty of room before you get to the window. These are relatively small windows. I didn't want to take up a lot of space. And my builder recommended putting the windows up high so you could still use the wall below them. He was correct. So put in the bed here. Probably a little end table nightstand here. And then over here, the chair won't be here permanently. My contractor's actually building a simple L-shaped desk just to fit in this little corner. Kind of a computer desk, writing desk, reading desk, just, you know, a multi-purpose desk. And probably put some small storage below it, more like the, you know, just cheap shelves. So that'll be that corner. So bed, little shelf by the windows. And then probably put the chair and the wardrobe in this area here. And that's what he's going to do. Instead of a closet, build a 2-door wardrobe that has a coat rack in it and then a couple of shelves, maybe a couple of drawers at the bottom. Enough, since no one's living here permanently, but enough that if you come to stay for 1 to 2 weeks, you can easily get all your clothing in there. Again, exactly which wall it'll go on, have to just kind of see, but the chair and the wardrobe will be here, and time you get all that in, their room will fill up. Although again, if there's extra space, and there's always could hang a small TV in here, but I figure these days most people travel with their laptops or their tablets, and yeah, the guest room. This, generally speaking, faces south and west, so it's actually quite sunny. Even though these windows aren't huge, they're positioned in such a way that they let in quite a bit of light. For the blinds in here, I'm going to go with a darker green, kind of similar to the green we'll be using to paint the outside doors with. And, you know, semi-dark curtains, so if you pull them, you know, the room will be nice and dark. I don't want to do blinds. Some have suggested I really should, but I just don't. I have cats, and let's just keep things simple. There's a hoot owl out tonight. Nice wide seal. But what do you think? Is this a room you would like to stay in, or not so much? I wanted to make it feel very much like a cabin, but comfortable. Plus, they get to try figuring out how to open the old doors. It's a trick. They'll get it. As for the other room, frankly, it's where I've been staying, and it's a true mess. But I'll take you in for a minute if you don't tell anyone. Like I said, the other lamp didn't come. Yeah, I've been sleeping on a cot for the last half a year out here. And brought out this folding table. It's kind of accoutrement on my stuff. The Bose speaker has been working out very well. And this is the somewhat nicer chair I got from my room. And this one did come. And it does rock. And it does, recline. It's actually quite comfortable and oversized. Yeah. And the windows to my room. And I just stepped in my keyboard a little bit. Let me pick that up. I sit in the chair and yeah. These, generally speaking, if you've seen other videos. Oh, I still need to get the stickers off. Why don't you tell me, guys? Still kind of west and northerly out the mountain. And just so you can say you saw everything, this is the other door. This was on the old cabin. But yeah, it's nice to have at least a piece of the old cabin in the house. And that is pretty much what we got. You've already seen the bathroom. It's the same. We've been using it to shower and no problems so far. Here we are out the window. In the other window, why not? There's still a wood thing there. Probably one of the last times we'll hear the kind of summer night noises. It's getting cooler. Can't blame me for wanting to be here. It's just peaceful. As much as I could just listen to those owls all night and bugs. You gotta get on, I suppose. As I said in the black box, I hope I have years and decades to not just enjoy this myself, but share it with friends and family, loved ones. So, I think that's it. The construction part's done. Okay, yeah, we need to do a few things like put those panels in, but the actual like carpentry stuff and all that. I feel like we can kind of call this a completed house project. Again, it's like moving into a new house. You still have lots of little things to do. So we're at that point, but I feel like this is more the moving in portion. Whew. I told Fox today when we were just out chit-chatting, he didn't realize that it was last Labor Day that we were out here meeting the contractor that didn't work out. Like I said in the black box, not even having an idea how we were going to make this place happen. Some ways I still can't believe it. I guess part of me just wasn't sure it would. Part of me thought something would happen. And either not finding a contractor, not finding the money, heck, maybe some weird ordinance, even though we're out in the country and there shouldn't be anything. You never know. And then I got to worrying about the water, as I mentioned in a lot of past videos. That one was stressing me out. I mean, you can try to figure out where to drill a hole, but there's not a whole lot of guarantees that you'll hit water, good water, or enough water. Even though it took a while to get the well dug, even though we still need to put a little pump shack over it just to protect it. I feel very, very fortunate that the water seems good enough, and there's more than enough for this house. I could even share the water with another house, and there would probably be I was hoping to hear some whippoorwills, but it is a little late in the season for them. They used to be everywhere when I was a kid, though. There were some coyotes out last night as we sat out here and visited. Always new furry friends. So that's it, guys. I'm sure you'll see the cabin continue to get more furniture and literally get a coat of paint. But I'm considering this a done deal, a completed project. 10 months. It's about how long it took. Maybe 10 and a half. I'm trying to think exactly when we broke ground. I know by November we were starting to dig the holes. I'm thinking in October, even though we had already planted. I think that was more the planning phase. I don't think we'd actually done anything aside from surveying. So let's say we broke ground 10 months ago, just to make things, because it was early November, because it was pretty close to my birthday. I recall that. And, you know, at first it seems like it won't go anywhere. Just, getting your holes dug, your foundations. But then the initial floor came out. It went from just being beams to a floor, and that seemed like that was good progress. And then we started kind of putting up the walls, the initial scaffolding. But then we hit really bad weather in January. Of course, we had a little time off for Christmas, although credit to the contractor, he didn't take a whole lot of time off. But then the weather was just terrible in January. Icy, snowy, and this is the mountains. You can't chance it. We lost a good month to weather then. And then we got back on track. And the first night I stayed here was the day before the eclipse, so April 7, April 8th. If you go back and look at that video, we had the windows in, and it was basically in the dry. I remember J-Ro and I came out not long before that on a Sunday, so they weren't here working, and the roof was half on. So I was really hoping we wouldn't get any rain before they could get it in. It's just so neat. But even then, it seemed like progress was going forward. But then after the eclipse, we had temporary electricity finally. But then we had a different type of weather. May was just the month of rain. And for various reasons, it just felt like the inside was just going to be forever to get done. And they were, of course, working on this here deck, which that took a long time. The deck took about as much time to build as the cabin. Heck, the deck is literally half the size of the cabin by square footage. And it's got, metal roof and very nice thick poles. So we kind of get back on track in June, and then the drywall goes up, but then that seems like it's moving forward. But the bathroom is just a box, and the kitchen is not distinct as a kitchen. And then it just seems like, again, things slow down. I knew they were working. I'm not saying they weren't. I knew that. But it just kind of felt like it was start and stops. Like sometimes I'd come out here and it felt like, wow, they've done a lot of work in 2 weeks. And every time I come out and I'd think, wow, this looks about the same as it did 2 weeks earlier. But again, that's life. And then August was agonizing because we were really hoping to have it done a month ago. But part of it was a few last minute improvements. Part of it was getting a few things in, taking our time. And my contractor had one of his helpers get a full-time job, so he was short-handed, quite literally. And so August was just agonizing. But the last few steps, like doing the kitchen and the bathroom, getting those ready to go, they went really quick. And while some of the furniture is delayed, at least none of the appliances were. The refrigerator, stove, washer, dryer, hot water tank, all that came in on time. So, and that's the important stuff. Furniture, I can sleep on a cot. I can use yard chairs. I got a swing, I'm good. So we're going to settle in here. And J-Ro has already asked to come out and work on some of his own video projects. So I'll probably be out with him pretty soon. And I told him, if you need to work, I'll sit you up. And then he's going to bring his desktop computer, sit you up in that bedroom and do your thing. You won't even see me until it's about supper time. About the time it's ready to cook something up to eat. Maybe breakfast in the morning. But we've stayed together. We were never roommates in college, but we actually would come out to the original cabin and get our term papers done in college. So we actually know how to leave each other alone, but in a very friendly, cordial way very well. And that's why I made sure to have 2 equally appointed bedrooms, even if mine has a somewhat more comfy chair. That way, everyone kind of feels equal. And if more people come out, the living room. That couch is someone could easily sleep on. And I've still got the cots, so we could always throw out the cots. So I figured this place can sleep 6 people, 2 to a queen size bed in each bedroom, and then easily 2 more in the living room. And that's 6 folks sharing a bathroom, although it's a cabin, so just having a bathroom at all is already a thing. And speaking of, after showering in that shower, I really like that shower stall. I wanted to get one with as low of a step as I could so I wouldn't trip over it, and I haven't. Getting in and out is very easy. It's a nice deep shower. It's as big as your regular bathtub, so about 5 feet, so it's not a half shower. And plenty of space in there to turn around and do a thing. And I just didn't want a bathtub. They sound great in theory, but I didn't know how much water I was going to get. This is before the well. And even if you have a bathtub, it's how much hot water do you have? Now, I've got a 40-gallon tank here. I actually wanted to go tankless. I've got that in my townhouse. But you need gas for tankless. At least that's the advice I've been given. Yes, I know they make electric tanklesses. It doesn't seem like they're quite as good. So for now, I'm going to use the 40. But in a few years, maybe when the tankless electrics get better, I will consider swapping that out. But for now, it'll work. I mean, 40 gallons for someone like Jero and I, that's plenty. But even 6 people, if you shower in shifts of 2 and give it a little time, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I just didn't need the trouble of another utility, filling up gas, keeping gas around. Of course, we've got a septic tank, and so we're good there. And yes, it's an actual septic tank, not an Arkansas septic tank, which that means a 55-gallon drum buried under the ground. But no, this one's a real one. It's done to code. So this is my last night here for this visit. And I wanted to see what it would be like to stay 6 days. So not quite a week, as I said at the beginning. Because sometimes in your mind, you dream of something, you think it's going to be great, and then the reality, it's not as good as you thought it would be. That's how life is. I'm old enough to know that. And just staying out 1 or 2 days, that wasn't going to be enough to really give it a test. I needed to actually live here. And I have to say, at the very, very least, everything has met my expectations. And honestly, it's better than I thought it would be, because I haven't been bored 1 second out here. And more people have come to visit and help me out than I could have ever hoped for. Friends, family. And maybe, best of all, I feel good out here. Like, this place feels like home. It doesn't feel, sometimes if you move into a new apartment or house, and eventually you learn to really enjoy it. But sometimes at the beginning, it feels like a strange place. You wake up in the middle of the night. Not here. I've slept very well. And I don't want to leave. I could stay another 6 days, but the holiday weekend's over. I've got to get back to work. And there are some cool things waiting for me back at the house. I am excited about some projects that are parts and things that came, so don't get me wrong. But I'm already planning on my next trip out here, because it's going to be sooner than later. And by then, hopefully, the rest of the furniture will have made it. And some other things. We'll get those curtains up. Make it really feel comfortable. Fix this bathroom door so it stays not so spingy. Little things like that. Anytime you not only have new construction, but this is new construction built with old and new parts. It's kind of like a parts kit gun. This cabin is the building equivalent of a parts kit build firearm. Old and new together. Alright, guys. Didn't really intend for this to end as a black box, but you don't mind, right? Those who've been with me through the project, I like how there's a bullet just laying on the windowsill. I'm sure when they found it in the yard. That's what we do around here. Anyway, those who've been with me for this journey, I greatly appreciate it. It was really good to share this with you. So I really do. And it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. There were some trying times, but in the end, I'm very glad I did it. And I'm glad you were along for the ride. So with that, this concludes the cabin project. The finale as we roll from Labor Day 2024 to a boring old work day, September 3rd. This is Misha, signing off with the finale. Catch you very soon next time on this channel, and also check out the main Mishaco channel, because while we were out here, I definitely recorded content for the main channel too. Catch you very soon on both channels next time. And again, just thank you to you, to life, fate, God, whatever. This really is a blessing. This really is a dream. So thank you. And back here, present day at the end of the video. As I record this, it's September 20th, 2024. And yeah, the cabin is done. Now, we're going to be tinkering with stuff, adding stuff, correcting stuff, modifying stuff for probably months, maybe even years to come. And yeah, as I said at the last video, I'm still waiting on the last bits of my furniture. That's all straightened out at the furniture store. It'll be here in a couple of weeks, the rest of the furniture. So yeah, that's the thing. Since you saw it last, the porch rails are up, the doors are painted, little touches like that. Not really worth a cabin project update video, but you'll see them in upcoming other videos, either on the Misha channel here or the Mishaco channel on the main one over there. I'm sure you'll see it as a background for a lot of the videos. At least that is the hope and desire. So see how it goes. It really has been a very interesting experience. Sometimes extremely exhilarating and fun. Sometimes very stressful, even depressing. It was strange with the construction. It would feel like for a few weeks things would just go by really quick and a lot of work would get done. But then it would feel like things were just stalling out. For example, building the porch really took a lot of time. Keep in mind, that place is built by hand. And it's even stick built up on the roof. It's about as custom and old-fashioned as possible. The only real area we brought in a specialist professional contractor was for the electricity. I don't think I need to explain why. And then obviously we had to get a specialist to come in to drill the well, do that. But everything else is just kind of hand labor with anywhere from 1 to 3 guys working. That's why it takes a little while. And of course there were some occasional part shortages, things like that. But it was interesting to me to design it to my liking my specifications. It's kind of what I wanted to do. But all in all, it was a rewarding experience, and it was an educational one. I learned a lot about constructing and configuring and just the whole deal, the whole process. And that to me is kind of what life's about. I like new experiences, trying new things, doing new things, and this proved to be. But going back to the very beginning, just it being an empty field there with no resources except an old gate and an old fence. No power, no well, certainly no gas, no internet, no nothing. Not even an address. And now look what we have today. It is quite remarkable. That was on the first project update, a rather cold, dark, muddy series of holes in the ground with some timber framing turned into, a modern, comfortable, small country home, cabin. Or a shack if you prefer. You know who you are. I'm sure glad it's done, though. It's nice to be able to enjoy it, get out there, share it with people. I definitely wouldn't want to go into a building project that would take a couple of years. The majority of 1 year, that was enough for me. Now, of course, we did lose a good chunk of time in the winter due to the weather, and then another good chunk of time in May and June due to the weather, and then a little more time in August due to the weather because tornadoes. Now, luckily, we didn't get hit by tornadoes, but other folks did, so, had to pull off resources to do other things. But yeah, since I had the files, I just thought doing a supercut would be, something to do. So I'm pretty much recording this at the tail end of summer 2024. And we started the project not quite a year ago. The meeting with the contractor, the builder, would happen. The first initial setups would begin in October of 2023, and then the first collections of resources and digging holes would be November, turning into early December of that same year. So, depending on exactly when you consider the official breaking of the ground, that's about the time interval. But in the end, yes, I'm glad I did it. Stress and worry and all included. This is Misha. Catch you very soon. Next time.